everybody, welcome to the stream. So, still working on fixing things up for the stream. We do have a currency system. It's still being worked on. So it should calculate how much you're getting throughout the stream. So if you put in exclamation tokens, it should tell you. Unfortunately, the name hasn't changed yet because we're still working on fixing that. Though it's not supposed to be coming through my account, it's supposed to come through the bot. Hello, Phoenix. So I'm not sure why it's going through the account. It should be going through the bot. But it's okay. Well, it's going to be implemented, yes. You're supposed to earn at least 1 token for every message you post. And for every 10 minutes, you're supposed to earn 2 tokens. Okay? That's how that's supposed to be set up. It's not quite fixed yet. We're trying to set things up. I guess it's first word, you get 1 point, but it's supposed to be 1 token per message. So we'll have to figure out how to set that up for 1 token per message. But do you remember what happened last time, Di? I'm going to test you. See if you remember. A lot happened. Can't be specific. Can you? No. Well, we had a trial. Wasn't a whole lot to say about the old chase scene with Apollo Justice and Athena. They eventually went into the manhole cover into the abandoned law office. Hello, Ellie Bird. Welcome to the stream. So that was kind of short. And then we went into the trial. Then Rafa had a panic attack while she was trying to do the divination seance. She eventually would end up doing the divination seance. So we also ended up getting a guilty verdict, not by the judge, because our prosecutor isn't exactly Naruto Sadmati. It's actually the queen. So that's where we're at. Ninja Turtle Leo. That's this is something I have talked to Phoenix about. The turtle's name's Leonardo. My name is Leo Carson. I haven't bashed everybody over that. I just said, just keep the two separated. May 19th. High Court of Korean. Accused lobby. Yeah, it's not fully implemented yet. You're supposed to get 1 token for every message you put out. And then every 10 minutes, you're supposed to get 2 tokens. Okay. At some point, I will have the moderators, if we reach like our goal, like at 10 likes. So, and I would say, hey, Di, we reached 10 likes. Give everybody 500 tokens. And she would put exclamation point, give tokens. Everybody, and then 500, but it's not implemented yet. Should be S at the end of token. The name isn't in there because they're supposed to be called Acme tokens. They will be your currency for the stream. So, yeah, so the more you, it's not set up to be the more you comment, the more you earn. It's right now set up to first word. So at the 10-minute mark, you should get 2 more. So you'll eventually earn more. If we hit the 10 like, everybody will get 500. Talk about some really close shaves. Well, you can't get a closer shave than a Headsman's brand blades. That's for sure. The trial's not even over yet, and I'm already exhausted. Yeah, you were able to fight back the queen herself in there. Well, maybe with Miss Faye's help, I won't have to keep on playing her game much longer. Speaking of which, I guess it's a little late to be asking, but do you think she's well enough to testify, Mr. Wright? She slept all day yesterday out of exhaustion, apparently. That's all it was, so she should be okay. Barbed head? Horn head? Oh, hello, you're benevolent. Princess Rafa, you were really impressed in there.
I am the royal priestess Rafa Padma Kurain. And I am prepared to face my father's death.
Despite your mother's opposition, you stood your ground. And in doing so, you fulfilled your duty as the royal priestess. It was all thanks to you and your friends. Your belief in me gave me the courage to follow my path. So, you have my gratitude. Oh, don't mention it. I know. I shall thank you with a gift. What would you like? A cow? A horse? Oh, nothing that big. Or perhaps I shall reward your efforts with a royal soldier massage. I would love a shoulder massage. Wouldn't everybody else like a shoulder massage? I would love one. It's very stressful in that courtroom. Would you like one, Di? Oh, thanks. That's okay, your benevolence. Your gratitude is more than enough, thanks. Yeah, I get one every other Monday. But I thought you Americans like massages. My technique was highly praised by my father, I'll have you know. Hey, you lawyer. Where's the accused? Sure. That's a good question. I blew it big time, AJ. So here's the other thing. We're gonna learn a lot about Dirk Mahdi here, and it's coming very soon. This is going to be the next bombshell we're going to encounter. That? Shut up, you! Oh, what's going on? This scoundrel tried to escape with the accused. What? We were able to nab him, but the accused is nowhere to be found. Were you hiding him, you miscreant? I keep telling you, I got no idea where he went. I mean, yeah, we booked it together, but I lost track of him after that. So Dirk's on the lam now? Probably, but who knows? He vanished in the blink of an eye. Vanished? You want to know something, AJ? Dirk said to me, I can't put Mara in danger. I have to set her free before it's too late. What? Don't tell me he's gone to rescue her. But that's what I'm doing, yeah. It's why I helped him escape in the first place. Dad, do you realize what you've done? Well, what's done is done. Still, why he chose to go rescue her now? Maybe he didn't want to die with any regrets or something. You know, just in case he ended up on the chopping block. Why, Dirk? I thought you believed in me. Don't be like that, AJ. He'll be back as soon as he frees Amara. You'll see. That's not the point, Dad. Listen, lawyer. You let us know immediately if the accused contacts you. The trial will now resume. See that you are ready. Wait, the trial's still on? Even without the defendant? Those were Her Eminence's orders, so you will return to the courtroom at 1. Let's go, Apollo. All we can do is see where the next testimony leads. May 19th. High Court of Karayan. No, then let us resume the trial at hand. Your Majesty, my client seems to have gone missing. At this point, there's nothing we can do about him going missing. What do you think, Your Eminence? Should we proceed without the accused? Why not? My royal guard is searching for him as we speak. They shall find him soon enough, for they would not dare to keep me waiting. Yes, but What about the law governing court proceedings? And I shall simply revise it. As ruling souvenir of sovereign of Korean, I proclaim the following. Should the accused be an enemy of the crown, they may be tried in absentia. Yes, she can change the law at will. Usually, the law cannot be changed that easily because it's voted upon at the House of Representatives. It goes through a long filibuster thingy before it gets passed by the president. That's why I said this here. But the law can't just be passed immediately by the highest power there is. Well, in that case, I guess there's no problem with proceeding. Will the witness, Miss Moya Frey, please approach the stand? Sorry to summon you like this, Maya. Being dragged out of bed into court is not exactly a fun wake-up call, Nick. I'm sorry, Miss Faye. It was my idea. And you are? Oh, right. I'm Apollo Justice. It's nice to finally meet you. Oh, so you're Apollo. Thanks told me all about you. You're the new guy with the loud voice and a bit of an unreliable streak, right? Unreliable? Well, that was 2 years ago. You've come a long way since. So, why was I called here anyway? Am I under arrest again? Huh? I guess someone's filled her in. Well, she has been asleep this entire time. Miss Faye, this is a trial for Dirk Zadmati, and you're here as a witness. What? Dirk's been arrested? But that's not exactly the reaction I was expecting. Miss Faye, you are suspected of playing a part in the murder of Justice Minister Inga? What? Someone literally forced you to channel the minister to obfuscate the time of his murder? At least, that is what the defense claims. Wait, what? How could you, Apollo? How did you even reach that conclusion? Sorry, but it's the only way this whole case makes any sense. Your understandable anger at the defense's side. Will you testify, Miss Faye? Yes, Your Majesty. Handling the minister. I don't have any idea what's going on, but I know I didn't channel Minister Inga. I didn't even have the chance to do anything like that. Besides, I'd never go quietly along with some criminal's plan. So I guess there are some things I'd go quietly along with. Since the witness doesn't believe she has ever channeled Justice Minister Inga. And if her words prove to be true, defense, your entire argument becomes moot. You do understand that, don't you? Yes, of course. It doesn't seem like Miss Faye is lying. Follow. Maya was being awfully secretive about something just now. Guess I'd better dig a bit and try to get her to open up to me first. You want to go sweep up his mess around the litter box?
Hold it!
You've been asleep ever since you were rescued from the tomb, correct? Hmm? I was exhausted after being held captive for so long. That must have been terrible. Why, Minister Inga didn't do anything to you, did he? Oh no, it wasn't like that. On the contrary, I asked him for all sorts of things. Like what? Like, I'm really craving burgers, and I'll die if I miss an episode of the Plum Punisher. The burgers have not left Maya. Acting like a brat netted me a TV and even a few burgers from someplace. He was surprisingly nice to me. Surprisingly nice. He's nice to the ladies, but he is atrocious to the men. Huh? Are you sure we're talking about the same guy here? He may have loomed large, but he was unexpectedly easy to push over. Even though he's the one who was responsible for pushing those execution papers through. Oh, that? Approving execution was simply his preferred method of stress relief. With a wife like her, he was probably really pushing them through out of fear. I'm beginning to see why he wanted to stage a coup. In any case, my time in captivity wasn't so bad, but all of the things that happened.
Hold it!
Are you sure about that? Maybe you just don't remember channeling him. Don't remember? I may be 28, but I'm not senile, you know. Something's not right here. Miss Faye, you were confined to Amora's tomb the whole time, is that correct? Yes, but I wasn't conscious the whole time. Okay, then let me ask you something. Did you ever see Nina in the tomb, dressed as dirt? Huh? Is this some kind of a joke? I think I'd remember if I saw something as crazy as that. Plus, I doubt anyone would carry out a crime like that in front of a potential witness. See when he's right.
Hold it!
You didn't have a chance to channel him? Does channeling someone take a long time? Not really. Once you get the hang of it, it's pretty much instantaneous. But I was all tied up, literally. So there was no way for me to take the channeling mudra with my hands to do it. Right. I guess you really didn't channeling go then. Maya, when mediums are done with a session, they can send the spirit back to the other world themselves, right? Sure. Unless they're still in training, amateurs can get possessed by spirits sometimes. The full-fledged mediums can stay in total control of a session. And they can send the deceased spirit away anytime they want. So I take it you can do that too, Miss Faye? Of course. it's a cinch for the new and improved Mystic Maya Fey, Ace Spirit Medium. Trials and tribulations. Remember that day? That's strange. You seem like the same old childish Maya to me. I'll show you, childish Nick.
Hold it!
So, you wouldn't channel spirits for unseemly purpose? Of course not. Spirit channeling is my bread and butter, and I take a lot of pride in my work. It's like, would you use your legal skills to commit a crime, Apollo? Well, until finger pointing and objecting becomes deadly, I don't see how they can be used. Wow, you're a regular Mr. Smarty Pants just like Nick. Always at the ready with some sarcastic comeback. I think I saved my many objections for after the trial. Yes, please. Anyways, I'd never go along with something like murder.
Hold it!
It sounds to me like you're trying to hide something, Miss Faye. Didn't anyone teach you about respecting boundaries, Apollo? It's really rude to pry into a person's private affairs. Sorry, I didn't realize, Wait, we're in a court of law! Yeah, I know. Then what was all that about me being rude? I'm just doing my job! So please, just tell me, what exactly are you hiding? Sorry, but I promised Dirk I wouldn't say. Somebody could probably guess at this point. Phoenix, no, you say one word. You made a promise to Dirk? Mm-hmm. Pretty big one. I think this is about all you're going to get out of her. Go check what he's doing in the kitchen. I hear plastic rustling. Yeah. Enough. Witnesses denying that she channeled any spirits. Further questioning is pointless. It appears your little fiction has been finally exposed for what it is. You should listen to her, Apollo. I don't even know why you suspected me in the first place. I mean, you don't have any evidence of me channeling Minister Inga, do you? Oh, evidence, huh? There's no point in even thinking about it, really. I don't use anything special to... channel spirits, so there wouldn't be anything left behind. That's true. Just like when she channeled the High Priest, all Maya needs is her own body. If the defense have no evidence to offer, I will have to end this cross-examination. Now, even if she doesn't use any special items to do the channeling itself, you'd think there would be something to complete the deception. Is there any proof that Justice Minister Inga was channeled? sure about that. You want to ask Andy to be on the safe side. We're not really going to get penalized for this one. Otherwise, you would see the bullet points at the top. You bet there is. Really? Well, no. You're bluffing, I take it. I'll be fine. If we're right, then there must be some sort of proof to back us up. Time to do some serious thinking, Apollo Justice. Okay, we know that when Rafa saw her father, he wasn't dressed like dressed like Miss Faye, right? Right, because if it was, Rafa would immediately known he was being channeled. That means he was dressed in his usual suit when Rafa saw him. Aha, good thinking, Apollo. This might be the perfect angle to attack from. Alright, let's hear an answer from the defense. What proof do you have that Miss Maya Fey channeled Justice Minister Inga? Page 2. You want to see the details of this, huh? Oh, you want to see the details of the notepad. My mistake. This is going to be how Inga identifies people. So there really isn't going to be much in there. Page 1. I don't think there's going to be anything on page 1 that's going to help you. should be the button. You think it's that one? It was it discovered inside the tomb in the where they burn the incense. That's where it was found in. Is that what you're gonna pick?
Take that!
Is that a gemstone? We found this among the ashes of one of the tomb's incense burners. Does this gemstone ring any bells, Your Eminence? What? What is that doing in the tomb? Ah, so you do recognize it. But then, as his wife, how could you not recognize the gemstone button from your husband's jacket? I don't get where you're going with this. Channeling Minister Inga alone wouldn't be enough to fool someone like Princess Rafa, especially if he was wearing your clothes. So, you wouldn't have to change into the minister's clothes before channeling him. Ah! Miss Faye, you used the minister's clothes as cover while going from his room to the tomb, where you burned them once you no longer needed them. What? Uh-oh. She seems generally surprised by that, Apollo.
Objection!
This Faye. Yes? Do you know my husband's name? It was, Inga Kahuro Karayan, right? That is correct in part, but there's more, much more. Inga Kaho, just. Oh wow, that is his true name. Could it be any longer? Due to its length, only a portion of it was ever made public. So, Miss Faye, did you know his true name? No, I mean, how could I? Precisely. Yeah, a medium must know both the face and true name of the one she seeks to channel. So then, Miss Faye couldn't have channeled Minister Inga. That's what I've been saying this whole time. Why would I want to randomly channel some old guy I didn't know? And didn't thanks to the last trial. I can't believe this. Apollo, I really don't think Maya's lying. However, your line of reasoning still seems credible to me. I agree, but there's something tripping us up in the details. Yes, there is. Do you know what it is, Di? It's okay if you say no. Maybe we're working off of some wrong assumption again. Apollo? I was thinking. Yes? Since I didn't channel Minister Inga, is it possible that someone else did? Someone else? But who else could it have been? I haven't thought that far yet. Such chatter is without merit. Let us move on, shall we? I don't care what Karen says. I'm going to figure this out. If it wasn't Miss Faye and the Queen has an alibi, then Apollo, forget about who is capable of channeling spirits for a second. I should consider the circumstances around the channeling, right? Right. You know, Rafa saw her father come running out of his private quarters. if it was being channeled at the time, who could it have been? It had to have been someone who was in Inga's private quarters. Well, I'm waiting, defense. And you know how much I despise waiting. Yes, but there's someone else besides Miss Faye who could have channeled Minister Inga. Just one more person, and they were in Inga's private quarters. That person is our only hope now. So the defense believes there was another. Let's have your very serious answer then. With pleasure. Horned Devil. Who could have channeled Minister Inga? So, right now we have to answer this in their knowledge, okay? What we know is not what they know. So, keep that in mind. The YouTube chat is broken. Come here. Come here. Come here, Andy. Come here. I want you to see this. What does that say right there? What does that say right there? What does that say right there? Yeah, that's not what it says. Yeah, this out. The YouTube chat is broken. So, whatever YouTube did, this is not affecting everybody. But they're trying to roll out something for mobile and is interfering with the browser side too. I know what you said. Says Nina in two other chats. But the chat I'm looking at on OBS, which is reflected to my chat on my channel, what I see, it says you said what? Click on my profile picture. Because this where it says YouTube chat should read exactly what it shows off the Acme Studio channel. Yeah, it also has this weird symbol too, this Japanese symbol too. So I'm not sure what's going on. YouTube needs to stop messing with the website and stop breaking things.
Take that!
Nina? Your Eminence, said it yourself. That's right. Nina never did go into the tomb that day. Instead, she entered my husband's private quarters. How do you know? It's quite simple. Two prints were discovered in Inga's private quarters. Two prints that belonged to Nina. And then there's her benevolence's statement. She said that Nina disappeared right after she entered Minister Inga's private quarters. The room from which Minister Inga himself came running out of not long afterwards. You are not seriously suggesting. It's the only thing that makes sense. Nina channeled Minister Inga and left his private quarters thereafter. That's why no one has seen her since. And why only the minister's two prints were found outside his residence. Ah! No way! That's gotta be it. Nina must have somehow channeled the minister. So, we only know half this right now. All the circumstantial evidence is falling into place. You can't ignore it anymore. You can't claim Nina isn't connected to this case somehow. In light of this, the defense calls Nina to the stand. Well, Your Eminence? Very well then. Let us call Nina to the stand. Yes, now we can finally crack this case wide open. Let us adjourn while the witness is summoned. There is no need. Nina is in the waiting lobby. What? Nina's here? I thought she'd gone missing. Seems she was feeling unwell and simply wished to rest undisturbed. But her concern for Rafa brought her here today. Yes, it's traditionally pronounced Nina. Like the number 9 and Nina. She took time off without Rafa's knowledge or consent. I'm betting there's more to her disappearing act than meets the eye, Apollo. Nina. Yeah, it's Nina. Miss Nina, do you understand why you have been summoned here today? Yes, of course. We're going to learn a lot about Nina. Your Eminence has informed me that this man here suspects that I have committed a crime. So this is Nina. That's quite the hairdo. Though I will say, I suppose I'm not as old as I had thought. This horn-headed nincompoop would take me for a criminal. Nincompoop? Isn't that Rafa's favorite insult? I guess Nina rubbed off on her. What with all the times they spent together. You there, young hornhead. Yes? You're accusing me of slaying Minister Inga and channeling his spirit, yes? What an active imagination. Young folks are so wonderfully open-minded. Thanks. Just takes the compliment, Justice. Now then, will the witness please proceed with her testimony? This court wishes to know if you did or did not channel Minister Inga in his private quarters. I'm no spirit medium, Sonny. I was feeling under the weather yesterday. Decided to rest these weary bones. Besides which, a lowly servant such as I could not possibly be an honored spirit medium. Only members of the royal family can learn the art of spirit channeling here in Karayan. After Queen Amara's passing, Her Eminence, Kingaran, is the only spirit medium left. If you believe a medium to be the culprit, it would have to be the young lass Maya Fey. There you have it. Seems we have summoned her for nothing. Only those of the royal bloodline have the power of spirit channeling. Their servants such as Nina could not. Such as Nina could channel spirits is a most amusing test. On the surface, anyway. But our line of reasoning has led us to this end. And Nina channeled Inga's spirit. So now we're going to learn the truth about Nina. Alright, the defense may now question the witness.
Hold it!
Bobby's dog stole your hat when you were in the courtyard yesterday afternoon. Was it after that you decided to take a rest? I had been feeling unwell all day and had pushed myself too hard. I kept feeling weak and dizzy, and that dirty mongrel only served to worsen my condition. Well, I sympathize with you, Nina. You took the whole day off without informing Princess Rafa? She was very worried about you, you know. How very kind of her benevolence. But she need not concern herself with the welfare of mere servants such as I. Except to Rafa, Nina's not just a mere servant. Do you even think a mere commoner could channel spirits or slay a minister? What hogwash!
Hold it!
I hear you are the head servant. Isn't that right? Are you suggesting that my position affords me the ability to channel spirits? Since you're the head servant to a family of channelers, I'd say it's plausible. If you wanted to, it's not impossible for you to learn through exposure. I think not. For that goes against the very unpingings of the kingdom of Karayan. To become a spirit medium requires a noble spirit and righteous training. But most importantly, one must be a direct descendant of the founder. It's not simply some hobby one can take up in the manner of knitting or gardening. So commoners could never become a medium, no matter how hard they tried? That is common knowledge to all who are born and raised here, young hornhead. I love it how Apollo is just letting everybody get away with calling him Hornhead. And Phoenix Wright's just letting everybody get away with calling him Barbed Head.
Hold it!
Okay then. What if you actually have royal blood in your veins, Nina? Like a distinct relative or something. Oh, Byrick kind of screwed up on the link on that one. That can be fixed. I am from a line of humble fishermen, all the way back to my grandfather's grandfather. I've never heard talk of royal blood or noble ancestry. Follow. Spirit channeling is a secret art passed down from mother to daughter. Even with a royal ancestor, it'd be impossible to learn without the right training. It is as the bard once says. It also must be mentioned that this sacred art is only taught here in the kingdom of Karayan, your country's grain village. Why aren't things falling into place like I expected? I'm a little surprised that Gara knows about the Karain village. I would ask the witness to continue her testimony.
Hold it!
Amara was the victim of an assassination, right? Yeah. Oh, she was a beautiful, gentle soul. She fell in love with a man of dubious origins. She was murdered in a terrible blaze. Hate can be so cruel. Except she's actually still alive. Poor Nina's got another fall where unwittingly praying over an empty sarcophagus. Mora, the queen who's been locked away and her existence in this world erased. The fact that she is still alive shackles Nayuta, and Garen's will. Nayuta, the only reason you're still standing there by that woman's side is because you're afraid of what would happen to Amara otherwise, right? We need not recount such ancient history. Let us continue with the witness's testimony.
Hold it!
Miss Faye was being held hostage. She was completely tied up and didn't even know Minister Inga's true name, making it impossible for her to kill or channel him. Ah! I know nothing of that.
Objection!
Listen, you horned devil. Were you not just insisting that it was Maya Faye who had channeled Minister Inga? My, how quickly you changed your tune. No, I'm just quick on my feet when new information presents itself. I'm also quick to force my biggest smile when times like these demand it. It's great that you're following my advice, Apollo, but try not to look so forced when you do, would you? Nina is right about one thing, though. Only those of the royal bloodline can be spirit mediums in Karayan. Common folks like us are out of luck. I guess so. Still, I think I'll finally be close to connecting all the dots once I point one very big thing out. Now, we need to pick a statement and evidence to figure out Nina's identity. Because that's basically what that testimony is doing, is trying to test her identity. You sure about this one? Because we do have evidence to support this statement.
Objection!
Okay, so I presented what makes sense in terms of a direct contradiction, but I don't know how to make it make sense in the larger context of this case. Well, is the defense going to follow up its law objection with a sound explanation? Oh, sorry. How do I put this? I believe there's a problem with Nina's testimony. Go on. She asserted that she could not possibly be a spirit medium because in Korean, only members of the royal family can learn how to channel spirit. I fail to see the problem in the statement, defense. Hold on, I'm getting to it, Your Majesty. Nina stated an absolute falsehood. Since we know that Mara is still alive, at the same time, circumstantial evidence points to Nina channeling Inga. After all, just after she entered his private quarters, Inga came running out screaming, despite having been killed at 2 p.m. That would mean that Nina channeled Inga, even though supposedly only those of the royal family are capable of doing so. Wait. Is it too late to ask for a refund on my trip down the rabbit hole? Mr. Wright, you may think I've lost my mind with this bluff, but if I can at least establish the possibility, I think I'll give us the break we need. Wait a sec. Are you going to propose what I think you are? Yes. huge risk, but I think there's a chance I can prove it. Will the court please take a look at this photo? This photo is very existent. To say nothing of the person in it contradicts the witness's claim that Queen Garin is the only remaining spirit medium in Karayan. Horned devil, you mustn't! Oh, but I must. Under these circumstances, the outcome of this trial depends on it. But you already knew that, didn't you, Your Eminence? Will the defense please explain who is shown in the photograph? The person in this photograph is the previous queen, Amara Singatar Karayan. Contrary to popular belief, she was never assassinated. In fact, she's very much alive. What? But that's nonsense! Take a good look at the law book in this photo, Your Majesty. The mark of the dragon branded on it would only have been placed there after Queen Amara's supposed assassination. Queen Amara still alive? Has the lawyer gone mad? Well, I personally find it hard to believe. I will allow the defense to continue. You may proceed, defense. Queen Amara's death was staged to keep her safe from her would-be killer. Yet, according to Dirk, she is actually being held captive somewhere. But the real truth is that Queen Amara is not being held in confinement. Rather, she walks freely among us. Here, in this very courtroom today. But how? Do not be deceived, Your Majesty. The Red Pepper is skilled in weaving plausible lies. It is the cunning loyalty art known as bluff. Knowing this, there is no need to fear his forked tongue.
Objection!
That's where you're wrong, prosecutor, because you'll be quaking in your boots soon enough. That's so. My turn, Nayata, to wake you up to the truth right before your eyes. Queen Amara is still very much alive and has been disguising herself as... Oh, you know this one already, don't you, Dai? This one is very easy. They gave you the clue right. I think you spelled it right in the comment, but of course YouTube screwed it up on this end.
Take that!
But that's... This is the simplest and cleanest explanation for everything we've covered so far. The person who killed Minister Inga? Someone with intimate knowledge of the divination seance. Medium who channeled the minister in order to mask the real time of his death. Condense these traits into one person and you get a spirit medium of royal blood. That person is none other than you, Nina. Your true identity is the former Queen Amara and the killer we've been looking for all along. What?
Objection!
Have you finally lost your mind, Mr. Justice? What you say is beyond blasphemous, even in the depths of hell. Oh my, such frightening allegation. Indeed, and absolutely ludicrous to boot. Her Eminence Queen Amara yet live, and is actually Miss Nina here? You have truly gone off the deep end. You don't have to take my word for it. In fact, a certain someone can help me prove it. Your Eminence. The Queen Amara truly is dead. You should be able to channel her spirit right here, right now. Isn't that correct? I can. Deny it no longer. The lawyer speaks the truth. Nina, the woman who stands here before us, is Amara, the former queen, believed to have perished 23 years ago. Bakunga! Finally. We finally got Hinga's real killer in the stand. Nina? No. Mara Singatar Ryan. Please, drop the act and tell us what really happened. Oh dear me, I guess I shouldn't have underestimated the power of youth. Well done, young hornhead. Oh, this is gonna be one dance you're gonna like, Die. Talk about a transformation, right, Die? You wish you could change like that quickly? I bet your fairy powers can't do that, right? Your fairy powers can't do that, right? I was getting tired of masquerading as an old woman anyway. It has been far too long since I last treated you. Good people of Karayan. It is I, Mara Singatar Karayan, your former queen. Queen Gara? Queen Amara? What? Ah! Yeah! And I thought Garen's makeover was extreme. Could it really be true? You are alive and well? It is true. I feel as if I have been called back from the Twilight Realm. I fear I have caused all of you a great deal of distress. Mara, I'm sorry I was unable to keep your secret any longer. I hope you can forgive me. It is quite alright, Garen. I am safe now. For Kurt, that blackguard who threatened my life, will be recaptured now. I need not conceal my identity any longer. Queen Amara, what does this all mean? Were you not killed in the fire 23 years ago? I barely escaped the blaze with my life. But though I survived, I knew that scoundrel would make further attempts on my life. Therefore, I staged my death and abducted the throne to my dear younger sister, Karen. But the building of the great tomb, and disguising yourself as a lowly servant, why would you do such a thing? Karen, I would have you explain. I wished for her to be close at hand. The only way I felt I could protect her, and it was the best way to hide her from the eyes of the public. After all, conceive of Amara lowering her station to that of a servant. She's got that right. Even Dirk thought Amara was being held captive in some far-off place. Never even guessed she was living as a servant right in plain sight. I must say, the life dedicated to the servitude of others is not the least bit disagreeable. It is quite humble existence, far removed from the tedium of royal duty. Ah, but those days of peace have ended. And it's all because of you, Hornhead. You should consider yourselves lucky if that's all this ends. If there is something you wish to say, then say it. It doesn't matter who you are. You won't escape the crime you've committed. The defense moves to indict you as Justice Minister Inga's real killer. What's this? You would accuse Queen Amara of homicide? A Grand Priestess of Cryanism? You can't do that. She's virtually a goddess in the eyes of her people. If you can commit the crime, you better be ready to do the time. Be you a priest, saint, queen, or god. Well, I've never met such an egalitarian person. Queen Amara, in your years of disguise as Naina, you would have learned about Minister Inga's disorder. So you knew you could dress in dark clothes to forge a convincing seance vision. Isn't that right? Oh. What a curious creature you are. You would label me a murderer? Me. The one who the people regarded as the reincarnation of the Holy Mother herself? You may be a grand figure in Cryanesium, but as a foreigner, you're just another suspect to me. It would appear your words are not in jest. Am I to suffer the sullying of my good name with accusations of murder must foul? Please, Queen Amara, forgive his impudence. The lawyer knows not what he speaks. You're not, Good Majesty, for this is the Sacred Hall of Justice. Though I am a Grand Priestess, on this stand I am but a witness like any other. I shall face his accusation with grace and benevolence. Your companion, your compassion overflows your mercifulness. Oh, young lawyer. In my benevolence, I must warn you that your assertion suffers from a tragic flaw. Huh? There's a flaw? Nayuta. Yes, your mercifulness? Who was present in the tomb when the murder was discovered? Dirk Sudmati. Maya Fey, victim Minister Inga. I see. That is a fatal flaw indeed. It appears Queen Amara couldn't possibly have gone to the tomb as Minister Inga. What? Why not? Do not keep the defense waiting, Nayuta. Explain how wrong he truly is. Yes, your mercifulness. You're benevolent. Princess Rafa saw Minister Inga enter the tomb around 2:30 p.m. Yet you, the defense, claimed the person she saw was the minister being channeled by Queen Amara. However, in her mercifulness, had channeled him and moved to the tomb. And once she was done channeling, Queen Amara would have reemerged and been left stuck in the tomb. Oh yeah. Had she turned to exit before you all arrived, Princess Rafa, who had been looking down upon the courtyard, would have seen her. However, her benevolence saw nothing of the sort. In conclusion, Queen Amara could not have left the tomb without being observed. Yet, she there in the tomb when the murder was discovered. Defense? No, she wasn't. Now do you see? Your flimsy claim has been uprooted like a sapling in a flood. Well, that was entertaining. Prosecutor said, Marty, assume the prosecution of this case and clear your mother's good name. You wish for me to take over? Yes. Prosecute your father to save your mother. What a poignant fate you bear. But bear it you must. You ready? Yes, Your Eminence. And there you have it, Your Majesty. I shall watch the rest of the proceedings from the sideline. I relinquish complete control of this sacred hall to your authority once more. Why, thank you, Your Eminence. Now then, your mercifulness, your testimony, if you please. The lawyer's theory is absurd. Now, I shall destroy your utterly absurd and barbarous theory. I was not anywhere near the tomb following the murder. Were your theory correct, I would have been in the tomb once I had stopped channeling. My husband, Dirk, killer, but he has fled from the sacred hall. May the Holy Mother rain judgment upon the traitor Dirk Sadmati for his crime. He's going to be a tough adversary. Oh, such marvelous testimony. You are truly a treasure, your mercifulness. This, too, is but by the grace of her holiness. No doubt my unmasked here today was her will as well. Oh my! The Holy Mother, you say? Yes, surely her holiness has guided me to this witness stand. And to the purity of truth. She controls the animals. So I doubt the tiger would have such a face like that. But who knows? Maybe Amara can control their expressions too. Oh, how magnificent! Queen Amara, the Holy Mother's messenger here on earth. Praise be for Queen Amara! Blessing, blessing upon her mercifulness. Where did those animals even come from? Now then, the defense may question the witness. Remember, she is a grand priestess, so disrespect will not be tolerated. That means no pointing out conflicts, inconsistencies, or any other flaws in her testimony. Looks like you're going to need some expertise help with this testimony, Di, because you can't just willy-nilly press like you could before. So you ready for Andy's help? Okay, you better go message him. Because this is not one of those testimonies you can just press every statement. Spam him if he doesn't pay attention. Hasn't responded back yet? Keep spamming them. He'll get your attention. Payment 2.
Hold it!
Well, maybe. You are hiding inside the sarcophagus. After all, it does technically belong to you. I bet you'd have no trouble opening it. If I had been in there, I couldn't not be here today. For the tomb has been under constant surveillance since the murder. I would have never been able to leave. I guess not. I might ask, what's in that sarcophagus anyway? You're still alive, so there is despair, sadness, hatred, and malice. Only one brave enough to see the truth hidden deep within. To discover the final hope, I continued. Corporeality completely lost me. In other words, it's empty. So we think. But no one dared to open it because they were too scared of the curse. Now, will you dispense with your theory? It is as empty as my sarcophagus. Press
Hold it!
I'll admit, you weren't in the tomb after the murder. Very good, but the very truth refutes your theory. Even if I had channeled Minister Inga and entered the tomb, the moment I ceased channeling him, I would have reemerged at the crime scene. Precisely. As you said yourself, Defense, Minamara was not there after the murder. The only living souls in the tomb at the time were Dirk Sadmani and Maya Fey. Be it in this life or the next. There is no escaping such simple truth.
Hold it!
There must be a reason why he had to make his escape today. A reason? Ah, perhaps. Perhaps what? Perhaps to conceal himself and lie in wait for another chance to claim my life. Well, what's this?
Objection!
No, it's definitely not like that, your mercifulness. First of all, you don't really believe he's trying to kill you, do you? After all, you two ran off together after he rescued you all those years ago. That was only because he had the audacity to claim it wasn't me. You must believe me. It was my duty as a wife to her husband to bend an ear to him. Was it not? Communication after disagreement is the secret to a long and happy marriage. Sure, I guess. What do you think, Mr. Wright? Don't ask me! That is why I listened to Dirk. However, he didn't have a shred of evidence to support his claim. He grieves me to admit it, but my husband truly did try to murder me. That's quite enough. It's abundantly clear that Queen Amara's testimony is flawless. Oh, ho, ho. Do you understand now, lawyer? This is bad. The judge isn't going to let me cross-examine her much longer. Mara should have been in the tomb after the minister's murder, but she wasn't. I don't get it. How did she just vanish from the scene of the crime like that? It shouldn't be possible for normal people to... For normal people. Ah, maybe. Maybe what? Your Majesty, I think I can explain why Queen Amara wasn't there in the tomb after the murder. Very well, Defense. Do explain. I believe it was accomplished through a method only she is capable of. And by using this special method, it would be possible for her to literally disappear. Well, don't keep us waiting. Let's hear it. How did Queen Amara disappear from the tomb? All she had to do was channel someone, and she could easily disappear from the scene of the crime. After all, she would literally be someone else. Why, I believe that actually makes sense. What do you have to say to that, Queen Amara? You believe that I, a Grand Priestess, would use the sacred power of spirit channeling to commit murder? What the? Mercy, your mercifulness! That's a lot scarier, Queen Guard. How do you spew such vile blasphemy? You will retract your last statement or face immediate execution. Pieces will soon fall into place. We got a few more puzzle pieces that we still don't know where they go. No, Good Majesty, it is quite all right. Zionism also teaches that we must respond at all times with the reasoned principle. Therefore, I shall offer a measured response to his blasphemous accusation. You have something to counter with? Indeed. Now, are you listening? It would not have been possible to simply vanish by means of spirit channeling. After all, it would require a deceased person to channel. However, there was only one murdered victim in the tomb. And that was Minister Inga. The only other there right after his murder? For Dirk and Miss Faye. Ah. Had I channeled Inga as you alleged? Well, the outcome would have been quite odd to say the least. For there besides the dead minister, a living, breathing one would have appeared. Even if I had been in the tomb, there was no one to channel except the deceased minister. So you see, could not have vanished by the means of spirit channeling. So, we're getting very close to that bombshell. That's true, but I can't rule it out yet. Because, well, what if there was another victim? Someone we haven't identified yet. How absurd. If you channeled someone other than Minister Inga, you could have used their identity to disappear from the tomb. Another victim? Queen Amara. Please, add your last statement to your testimony. This could explain everything. Wasn't there some sign of another victim there in the tomb? And yet, why do I sense I'm not going to like what I'm about to find out? Minister Inga was the sole victim. There was no other spirit to channel until he was dead. This bombshell is going to nuke the entire courtroom.
Hold it!
What if there was another victim besides Minister Inga? What on earth could you mean? The only body found in the tomb was the minister. Yeah, but, Mara's counter-arguments are too spot on for us to rebut. Actually, there is one possibility. What's the matter, Apollo? That's one heck of a face you're making. Oh, no, it's nothing really. And yet, it means... Okay, so we've already pressed the necessary statements we need to press in this testimony. So we're back to this statement again. Mysterious one. This one. I don't have one that says mysterious clock. The mysterious blood stain?
Objection!
Can't believe I'm presenting this. But it proves that there was another victim. Still, the only ones there at the scene of the crime were Maya, Dirk, no, it can't be. Would the defense care to share something with us? Queen Amara, you knew, didn't you? Whatever are you talking about? If you won't tell this court, then I will. Well, don't keep us waiting. This case includes a second victim. One of the two people found alive in the tomb after the minister's murder was actually already dead. But a second victim, Apollo? Queen Amara, after you channeled Minister Inga and moved to the tomb, you vanished from the scene of the crime by channeling the other victim. That explains why no one could find you after the murder was discovered. Oh, you putrid pepper. Of all the half-witted buffoonery to come tumbling from your lips, but suppose I indulge you and play along with your little delusion. Tell me, Mr. Justice, who was the other victim? There's no way this can be true. You know, Di? But no, I can't stop now. This is the truth. It's the only way forward to solving this case. The other victim who Queen Amara channeled was You are missing an H in his name. Listen, son. Even if you manage to prove me innocent tomorrow, I don't have long to live. There's no escaping death now. That it has its sights set on me. Knew everything. He couldn't bring himself to tell me. I have one more big secret. I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did. He couldn't choose the love of his life. The sad truth is, the other victim channeled by Amara was.
Take that!
What? You can't! That's impossible! The defendant, Dirk Sadmati, is the one Queen Amara channeled. He's the other victim. This is insanity. Bakunka! Apollo, what are you? Do you realize what you're proposing?
Objection!
I demand an explanation, Mr. Justice. I don't know when or why Dirk was murdered, but the facts and evidence speak for themselves. And this is where they've led me. I see, after Inga's murder, Dirk and Maya were the only ones on the tomb. But if one of them was actually dead and being channeled by Amara. But it can't be! Can it? Dirk's blood stain at the scene of the crime were the clincher for me. He wasn't even injured, so how could he have possibly bled that much? The only logical explanation is Dirk had also been murdered. That's enough. Your explanation cannot be the truth. And you would dare to claim to have proof to support your assertion? Now, Utah, I wish it weren't true. I wish with all my heart that I'm wrong. But as much as I don't want to believe it, yes, I can prove it. Dirk's killer must have hidden his body. It would have to be somewhere nobody would ever look. And there is only one such place. You truly have proof? The fastest way would be to actually have someone go check the tomb. Go check the tomb. Go check the tomb? But why? Because I believe Dirk's killer hid his body here. Let's try spelling that again, Di. Think you're missing a P. There we go. That's better.
Take that!
You would suggest Minamara sarcophagus, the only place in the tomb that no one would dare to look. A killer would soon become trapped by hiding in there. But a body? Well, that's a horse of a different color. Which means... I believe we must search the sarcophagus at once. Your Eminence. Being that Queen Amora yet lives, I trust we may now open it. If we must. Your Majesty, I believe Detective Sky is still there at the tomb. Let us contact her once and have her conduct a full investigation into the matter. Now then, Detective Sky, you report if you please. I'll start with my findings. Please, please, please let me be wrong about this. I just want things to be as they were. A search of the sarcophagus revealed a body that appears to be several days old. A body? Detective Sky, tell me it wasn't her. Tell me my whole theory was completely off base. I have a photo of the body. And I have positively identified it as Dirk Sadmati. Dirk! Why did this have to happen? Damn it, Dirk! Answer me! How can this be? The treacherous snake, the very head of the insurgency, murdered? Oh, what a joyous day! Those fools shouting for change and revolution will finally return to whatever rocks they crawled out from under. What was I even fighting for? Apollo, What am I supposed to do now? I son. A lawyer. You never look the way you do right now. A dragon never yields. Even when wounded, a dragon bites down hard, never lets go till its dying breath. Glares, it roars, and it latches its jaws firmly onto its prey till the bitter end. That's what lawyers do to get to the truth. But Dirk, what if the truth that you're Apollo, in court tomorrow, you may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. But I know you. I know you can handle the truth, no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son, after all. You believed in me that much, Dirk? Dirk, I think I finally understand. I can't yield. Not now, not ever. Not after Dirk believed in me, despite knowing what was about to happen. Besides, Dirk left me with two things I must do. Are you alright, Apollo? Sorry about that, Mr. Wright. But I'm fine now. Oh, hello. Detective Sky. Yes? How sure are you that the body's been there for a few days? I'm positive. No autopsy's been performed yet, but I'd say it's been at least 3 days. Fortunately, the low temperatures inside the sarcophagus kept it from decaying. And the chest area bore 3 gunshot wounds from a small caliber weapon. I believe they are the cause of death. Dirk's court photo added to the court record. At least 3 days, huh? That means Dirk was already dead by the time he came to visit me back in the States. Then who was channeling him? I think it would have to be someone who could get into and stay in the U.S. without arousing suspicion. Yet also had a solid cover story so they wouldn't be seen as missing. I believe this is who was channeling Dirk when I saw him at the States. This one, you have to use your thinking and think of only one person that could have done it. Oh, I am going to be that age in about 3 more years. I'm going to be turning 41 this year. Amara would not be the one to be handling her, because Amara cannot leave Ryan. There would be no way she would be able to get into the state. So there's only really 2 people in this list that can actually channel her, or channel Dirk, and they're both on this page. You have to think about who can channel people and is able to go into the state.
Take that!
Maya? Oh, I see. She was being held hostage at the time. So it seems only natural that she wasn't around. Right. And do you remember what she said earlier? So please, just tell me, what exactly are you hiding? Sorry, but I promised Dirk I wouldn't stay. You made a promise to Dirk? A pretty big one. Dirk didn't want his own death to be known. The other members of the Defiant Dragons would lose all hope if they found out. And that would snuff out the flames of the revolution for good. Miss Faye, Dirk told you to keep quiet about this, didn't he? I guess there's no use hiding it anymore. Yes, I promised not to tell. Dirk made me promise before he died. So, I was right then. Apollo? There's something I need to tell you. About, Dirk's final moments. I'm listening, Miss Faye. What happened in his final moment? It was soon after I was kidnapped. Dirk paid me a visit in the tomb where I was being held captive. I'd say it was a few days before Miss Inga's murder. Hey, young lady. Time to get up and out of here. Oh. It's the revolutionary guy. I'm here to rescue you. You are? Why? I figured things were a little too quiet with that stamp-sucking scumbag. So I started digging around. That's when I found out you'd been abducted. Why would a rebel help me? Let's go before it's too late. That's already for you, pal. Ha ha ha. Long time no see, you rebel blowhard. Inga, I know you're up to something, and I'm going to find out what. That's good, smart. You've become a real thorn in my side, see? So it's not for you to be pushing up daisies. Dirk! Did you really think a pea shooter like that could kill a dragon? What's up? What do you, some kind of freak? You're nuts to this. Dirk was shot several times, but he barely even flinched. He sacrificed himself for me. Uh, uh, these roads. Uh, I, I've got to help you. Relax. It's going to be okay. How you think about this place? But it doesn't look like much. No, don't say that. Tourist Kim, are you? When I'm gone, I want you to channel my spirit. Stop it! Don't give up like that. If you do, untie a rope like that'll be child's thing. No, please, hang in there. You can still make it. Promise me. For one young lady. It's about fun. He's talking about you, Apollo. He said he wanted to see you one last time. So he asked me to return to the U.S. and channel his spirit. He really said that? He also said, been meaning to visit you for years, but kept putting it off. That this was his last chance. You just showed up here without warning after all this time? What gives? I came all the way to see you, son. Come, rejoice. Right. Why don't you tell me the real reason you're here? Kurt. You really did come to the U.S. because you wanted to see me. I guess this means it was Inga that hid Dirk's body in the sarcophagus after Maya left the tomb. Hello? You can't stop now? Dirk would want you to keep pressing on. I know, Miss Faye. And I won't disappoint. Defense, if you are ready to proceed, I would first have you answer this. Do you believe the accused's death will impact what we know about this case? Yes. And I believe I can explain everything now. Very well. Your explanation, please. So, we got most of the puzzles put together. So, are you still confused? Or does everything make sense now? Kinda. We still got one piece of the puzzle that still has not been solved yet. Dirk entered the tomb at 3 p.m., the time the hostage exchange was to take place. Or rather, Dirk, as channeled by Miss Faye, did. Now, by the time he entered the tomb at 3 p.m., Minister Inga was already dead. I say that because we know the minister was murdered at 2 p.m. But there was someone else in there. This person was already hiding in the tomb, waiting to channel Dirk in place of Miss Faye. Now we can actually go for your answer that you had before.
Take that!
It was you, wasn't it? The fact of the matter is, Queen Amara killed Minister Inga at 2 p.m. He then went to his private quarters and channeled his spirit. Minister, thinking he was going to be late, hurried to the tomb for the hostage exchange. Once in the tomb, Kinamara stopped channeling Minister Inga and hid herself. Then, when Dirk entered at 3 p.m., she snuck up from behind and forcibly drove Dirk's spirit out of Miss Faye's body. Drove his spirit out of her body? Impossible.
Objection!
Actually, there is a way to do that. With a Magatama parting, that is. Using one, anyone could drive a spirit out of a person's body, even if it refuses to leave. Are you telling me that the extra pale brown Magatama in the tomb was... that it was... That's right, Prosecutor Sadmati. And you've seen one in action before. You saw how the glowing red Magatama sent the High Priest back to the Twilight Realm. And how it turned a spent pale brown afterwards. In other words, the brown Magatama found in the tomb looks that way because its power had been used up in pushing Dirk's spirit out of Miss Faye's body, right? It probably passed out as soon as Dirk's spirit left my body. I was exhausted after channeling him for so long, after all. After that, Queen Amara must have dressed Miss Faye in her usual outfit and tied her up. I'm not sure where she got the outfit, but we can assume she had it all planned out. Then Queen Amara must have changed into Dirk's clothes, smeared blood onto them, picked up the knife, and channeled Dirk's spirit. That's how she made it look like Dirk. had committed the crime. And that's how she escaped, right under our noses. I don't know, Apollo. The whole thing still seems a bit far-fetched. There is one piece of detail that is missing out of all that. Sure. What was going through your mind while all of this was unfolding? So ultimately, it was all for naught. Nayuta? Those dreams of revolution Dirk was always spouting, it placed nothing but false hope in the minds of people. In the end, were simply fantasy. Nayuta, how can you? Karma has spoken. The dream of a revolution has withered on the vein. Its fate is. The other insurgents will soon wake up from their shattered dreams. No! Dirk's dreams can't die like this. I'm not going to sit back and let that happen. I can't, and I won't. Nayuta, don't forget that Dirk's been proven innocent. His name is no longer tainted by the charge of murder. Now the rebels and their sympathizers who have been calling for his release can't be charged with abetting the accused. So the revolution is far from over. It's only just begun. No, Dirk has not yet been proven innocent. You have merely indicated the possibility of his innocence. Well, what do you mean? Dirk is indeed dead. However, what if it was Dirk who killed Minister Inga while being channeled by Miss Faye? And while the crime could have occurred at 2 p.m., you have yet to substantially prove it yet. Or do you have conclusive proof that the time of Minister Inga's death was at 2 p.m.? Well, no, I don't, but James' further testimony will be required of me, as it would appear that I have fallen under suspicion. I would like to state my case. Prosecutor Sadmati, the rebellion must be snuffed out once and for all. You must prove Dirk Sadmati to be the foul murderer that he was. Every last insurgent and their sympathizers must be found guilty under the Defense Culpability Act. As you wish, Your Eminence. Why is Nayuta doing this? Darn, shouldn't have him under her thumb anymore. Mara's not a hostage, so what gives? Nayuta, what's left to chain you to her like this? Very well, then. Queen Amaro, please proceed with your additional testimony. For this testimony, we can do a lot of damage to her. You have no proof. Well done, lawyer. You have painted me as a killer with nothing but your silver tongue. However, you have no evidence proving your distasteful theory. Furthermore, Dirk could have committed the crime while being channeled by Miss Faye. Now, let us end this raid. For the eternal glory of Karayan and his people. You understand now, you putrid pepper. There is no point in defending Dirk any longer. It has all been in vain. Let it go and move on like Elsa, right? Well, not today. Your theories are but a pillar of salt that crumbles at the slightest breeze. No more. This ends here and now. The defense may proceed with its cross examination. Yes, you can press these statements, yes. The judge has not restricted you for this testimony.
Hold it!
Convincing others is all part of a lawyer's trade, so I'll take that as a compliment. You would, wouldn't you? I suppose you have deceived countless souls with your lies, but I should not be surprised considering you learned from him. Him? You mean Dirk, right? Yes, the man who deceived and seduced me, the Grand Priestess, with the silver tongue. We are talking about the case, right? Surely you have heard of a lady falling for the wrong man before. Ah, but to think of that, I, of all people, would fall under the devil's spell. Wow. How did they ever get together in the first place, let alone procreate? I would advise all here today to beware this lawyer's silver tongue. These few, too, be unjustly painted as a criminal as I have been. Remember, she is the mother of 3 children. So, there's no way she could be saying that about her husband.
Hold it!
I admit I don't have any solid evidence yet. But you're the only one who could have committed the crime. What on earth do you mean? Including Miss Faye, there are only 3 spirit mediums in Korean. So they think. Furthermore, when the crime scene was first discovered, Singaran was with me and Mr. Wright while Miss Faye was tied up in the tomb. That means that the Dirk we saw after the minister's murder could only have been channeled by you, Queen Amara. Innocent, lawyer. Forgive us your merciful lips. Really, Your Majesty? But have you considered the following defense? What if there was, unbeknownst to us, another spirit medium in Korea?
Objection!
Oh, come on. What are the chances? You lack the evidence to support your claim that Queen Amara is the killer, which is why you had to use the process of elimination to zero in on her. It therefore stands to reason that you would have to rule out all other possibilities as well. Well, can you eliminate the possibility of another spirit medium defense? Yes. Because as Garin said, it's only the royal family that can use the talent. Of course I can. Under the circumstances, Apollo, there are only 2 ways to establish Amara's guilt. We either prove she killed Inga, or prove she was in the tomb. Which one can I actually prove? So, there is one we can't prove, but there is one that we can prove. And it makes it very easy to prove where she was. We will prove that she was in the tomb. That's all we can do. I can prove that Queen Amara was in the tomb when the murder occurred. It seems you are ever bent on painting me as the killer. Well, we don't have the necessary evidence to prove that she killed him. So far, the murder thingy is speculative. Well, if the shoe fits, very well. Let us see some evidence that proves I was at the scene of the crime. You do have some, don't you? There's nothing to prove I was even at the scene of the crime.
Hold it!
By simply changing into Dirk's clothes and channeling his spirit, it is the fact that the killer altered the crime scene. How very perceptive of you. In trying to accomplish everything, the killer would have been pressed for time. May have committed an error that could prove crucial to this case. And something the significance of certain piece of evidence contained. In the face of new facts and circumstances. Why don't you take another look at all the evidence we have? Think I'll see something in a new light? Is there anything from the tomb that's taken on a different meaning now? Only way to find out is to reconsider each piece based on our current understanding.
Hold it!
You're saying that Dirk, who entered the tomb, is the one who killed Minister Inga? I am. I stand firm with the prosecution's original charge against the accused. The only issue is whether that Dirk was alive or dead. That's a pretty major issue. Oh, I beg to differ. For here in Karayan, death is not the end. It is merely a change in one's address. For the Twilight Realm is only the next door over. Is it really? It is. Those who have only recently passed away may call upon you in the night. Such occurrences are quite common in our kingdom. Kidding, right? In all the times I've spent here, I'm happy to say that's never happened to me. Me neither. Need not fear death. Embrace it, along with your guilt. Then may you begin your journey to the Twilight Realm.
Hold it!
Eternal glory? Once the king of traitors have been judged and the rebellion sold for good, peace and prosperity shall return to our fair kingdom. And shall the blessing of the Holy Mother usher in an age of eternal glory. The Queen of Mora, the Grand Priestess of Karayan once more, the people would be freed from submersive elements. Faith would blossom anew. Oh, you're too kind, but I have no intention of assuming my position as Grand Priestess. Yes, you will. What? I relinquish my position as Queen and Grand Priestess to my sister Gareth. And now that my would-be assassin is gone, I am truly free at last. Oh, perhaps I shall take a trip or expand my horizon with new training. Queen of Morrow? Looks like she's totally over being Grand Priestess and Queen. In that case, I shall introduce you to some wonderful classes that I am taking. If Amara channeled Dirk, she must have been at the scene of the crime. If so, she may have left something behind. Sure, but the question is, did she? Well, if nothing else, you can always try to get her to testify about something else. Right. But first, take a quick review of the evidence. So we at this point already know everything, right, Di? Okay. Now this one's one of the easiest testimonies, and you're going to be thankful that this testimony came in now instead of before. But I go through them. You'll know what it is when you see it. Trust me.
Objection!
Kunamara? Does this pendant look familiar to you? Why, that is... We found it in the tomb and it has the minister's blood on it. Which means it was probably dropped in the course of the crime.
Objection!
And I fail to see how it's relevant to your argument. Did that not belong to the accused? You would think that. That's what I thought too. After all, Dirk had said it did himself. Said that? Yes, but it was a lie. Because I believe he was covering for someone. Covering? How? For who? There is a certain piece of evidence that shows that the pendant isn't Dirk. We just got this piece of evidence just recently. Go through them. Again, you'll know when you see it. The corpse photo, this one here. You can see that, right? Let's show you the detail. You can see that, right?
Take that!
That's a photo of the accuser's body, is it not? Yes, it is, and I'd like to call your attention to a certain spot in it. This right here proves that the pendant that was found in the tomb wasn't Dirk.
Take that!
You will notice an object near Dirk's left arm. It's an identical pendant except it's blue. Oh, now that you mention it. Don't you find that a little strange? Why would he own two of them, but in different colors? Here's what I think. The pendant was meant to go together as a pair. Pair? If the blue pendant was Dirk, then what about this pink one with Minister Inga's blood on it? Who do you suppose it belongs to? He knows.
Objection!
Sorry to disappoint, but no fingerprints were found on the pink pendant. Therefore, we have no way of knowing to whom it belongs.
Objection!
Ah, but that's where you're wrong, Prosecutor Sadmati. I'm guessing you didn't know that this pendant is actually a locket. Come again? Now this is where it gets interesting. When we open this locket up, we find a faint fingerprint inside, on the back of the lid to be exact. What? No! So now the question is, to whom does the fingerprint belong? He knows. Minamara, it belongs to you, doesn't it? Hmm. It seems I've truly rendered the witness speechless this time around. This cannot be. Mother, tell me it does not belong to you. Nayita, I... Think about it, Queen Amara. Dirk must have realized that you were channeling his spirit, and he had probably already figured out who the minister's killer was. And yet, he still claims that the pink pendant belonged to him. Why would he do such a thing? You really don't know? He was protecting you because he loved you. He loved you until his very last breath and beyond. I have one more big secret. I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did. Dirk knew everything. Even that he was being used. But he kept quiet, all for your sake. Dirk, why do you always... Oh, Queen Amara? Dirk, one whose love for you never wavered all these years. Are you going to betray him now? Dirk, I... Ah! Cannot be! I refuse to accept it! Tomorrow, are you ready to confess to your crime? I can deny it no longer. Truth is, it was I, Mara Tingatar Ryan, who slew Minister Inga. That's preposterous! What? Why? This is beyond belief. Mother, why would you? Forgive me, Nayita. Never wished to cause you such sorrow. But I had no choice. Way. The only way? So, in the end, Queen Amara and Dirk Sudmati, I suppose this means that they were unable to reconcile while he was still alive. I don't think the state of the kingdom or the incident of the past would have allowed that. They were prisoners of their shared history, so to speak. Amara, there's something I need to know. You had staged a near-perfect crime, but why did you bring this pendant into the tomb with you? You could have known it could come back to haunt you. I do not really understand it myself. I had nearly been assassinated by my own husband. I could not bear any hatred toward him. Until we find the truth of that, too. I was unable to discard this, or part with it from even a short time. As with Dirk, I have never stopped loving my husband for the past 23 years. Mother. So she really believes it. That Dirk tried to assassinate her? Pink butterfly pendant updated in the court record. Your Majesty, is it not time? Time to declare Dirk innocent? I would ask that you do this for my beloved, now dwells in the Twilight Realm. Unfortunately, Apollo's going to have a second thought. Very well then. Here a minute. Prosecutor Sudmati, if you have no further objections. Cannot be. My mother? I have no objections. Sure. Did it. Finally did it. I proved you're innocent. But very well then. Being that Queen Amara yet lives, you can no longer charge the accused with an assassination that never came to fruition. As for the murder of Minister Inga, the truth had been laid bare for all to see. Therefore, I will now pass judgment upon the accused, Mr. Dirk Sudmati. Your benevolence. I cannot accept this. Is something the matter, your benevolence? Queen Amara is lying. It makes no sense. Queen Amara would not have killed my father. What's with her all of a sudden? Is this some sort of lingering affection toward Nina? Rafa? Speak the truth, Queen Amara. Did you really kill my father? Yes, there is no mistake. He has confessed to the crime, thereby clearing the accused of all suspicion. As such, I see no need to continue these proceedings. I'm dead, Horned! Are you going to let this stand? Dirk's been proven innocent. About to be declared not guilty. Even so, something doesn't feel right. Apollo, if you have any doubts, now's the time to raise them. After all, the courtroom is a place for finding the whole truth. But it's all up to you. There are definitely things that don't quite add up. Does this mean that the whole truth hasn't been brought to light yet? Did I push to continue the trial? So this is another game that actually has two endings. So we're only going to do one ending. Your Majesty, I have a feeling we haven't discovered the whole truth. The only way we're ever going to find it is to continue this trial. Hornhead! Very well then. Will the defense please tell us this? What important fact about this case has yet to come to light? The last one is not going to help us in this trial. You're getting good at this, die. Queen Amara, there's something I still don't understand. What was your motive for killing Justice Minister Inga? That is a fair question, and one that I shall now answer. It was for the future of this kingdom that I slew Inga Tahuo Turayan. To avert further tragedy, his death was an unfortunate necessity. Further tragedy? Over the past several years, Minister Inga had been rapidly expanding his power. He had established the secret police and was relentless in his pursuit of the insurgents. That motive doesn't sound like hers. He even had the overwhelming support of the people. Still was not satisfied. Hungry for more power, he began planning a copiete. You mean his plot involving the Founder's Orb, which led to Maya Fey's abduction? Yes, Mr. Inga planned to use the orb to gain access to great spiritual power, after which he would assassinate Garen and usurp the throne. His machinations were remnant of that terrible tragedy of 23 years ago. And as one effect by that incident, Mara vowed to never allow a repeat of such events. So it's not Amara's motive. Whose motive does it sound like? Die? Yes, and the Holy Mother delivered unto me the perfect opportunity to fulfill my vow. Secretly, the courtyard was rather light due to the rite of channeling. So we still have no answers for this picture. And Inga had barricaded himself in the tomb with his hostage, away from prying eyes. I knew I would never again have such a perfect opportunity, so at 2 p.m. during the rite of channeling, I slipped into the tomb and slew the minister. Ouch. Brace. Hollow. Yep. Seems this trial is far from over. Queen Amara, I believe you're still hiding something. But if you want to keep on playing this game of hide and seek, and let's start with the last statement you just made. If I must. Okay. An eye on the finger. Oh. You die? I'm pretty sure you saw that, right, Di? Okay, we're gonna do this again.
Gotcha!
Minamara, you're not very comfortable talking about the 2 o'clock rite of channeling, are you? I can tell because the finger on your left hand twitched almost imperceptibly when you did. Oh? And that pose you make. There's something about your chest that makes you nervous. Whatever do you mean? Murder occurred at 2 p.m. I'm pretty positive Amara was in the tomb at the time. So then why is she so self-conscious about her chest when she talks about the rite of channeling? Didn't LB snap a picture of it? Mara, I have here a picture of the rite of channeling. was secretly taken by a certain individual.
Objection!
Such insolence! I would have the perpetrator's name at once. Sorry, no can do. You see, I just happened to find it on the ground, so... Do you take me for a fool? How about we discuss the photo's origin a little later, because right now, there's something much more pressing at hand. I believe this photo merits further examination. I just wish there was more to see in it than darkness and more darkness. We might be able to make out a few more details with some image adjustment. Let's ask Emma if she can help. Rayla, please summon Detective Sky to the Hall of Justice. Here you are. I was able to obtain a much clearer image by raising the brightness. What's that right there? An injury? Oh wait. I think it's a burn scar. Channeling photo updated into the court record. So yeah. Who's doing the right of channeling now? Wait a second. Your Eminence. You don't have a burn scar like that on your chest. What's going on here? If the person in this photo isn't Queen Garn, then who is it? Yeah, that's a big question. Who is it?
Take that!
Queen Amara? The person in this photo isn't Queen Garn. It's you posing as her, isn't it? The two of you look quite similar, but that's no surprise. Consider your sister. Even the shape and position of your facial tattoos are almost exactly the same. Your lips are different. And you are both capable of channeling spirits. Therefore, it would have been easy for you to impersonate Queen Garn. Queen Amara, you have a burn scar on your chest, don't you? Please remove your round mandala so we can see what's behind it for ourselves. Hey! Look. It's the exact same burn scar as the one in the photo. Oh, I don't understand. I knew it. So the person in this photo really is, yes, it's Queen Amara. This is a third. Are you suggesting they switch places? Amara's confession earlier was also false? Mother, what is the meaning of this? Don't you see? This changes everything. We know for a fact that this photo was taken at 2 p.m. The exact time the murder took place. But that would mean Queen Amara couldn't possibly have committed this crime. Exactly. She now has an ironclad alibi. Uh-oh, that means somebody's alibi went poof. So Minister Inga's killer couldn't have been Queen Amara. I'm afraid I no longer follow. Was it not Queen Amara who channeled the minister and the accused to stage the crime? Yes, that fact has not changed. We have evidence placing her at the scene of the crime. And Dirk could have only been there in the tomb she were channeling him. Which means, while Queen Amara did use spirit channeling to stage the crime, he didn't kill Minister Inga. His real killer is someone else. Bakunga! What's going on here? Was her minister... Blah. Didn't get to finish that one. If Queen Amara is not the killer, then who is? Isn't it obvious? What do you mean the next stream is going to be short? I have another episode to do. I don't have plans on stopping this. Why was this rite held in the first place if Queen Garin wasn't going to perform it? Who was behind the two sisters switching places and for what reason? Answers to these questions, along with the establishment of Queen Amara's alibi, obliterates a certain someone else's alibi. You already know who this is, right, Di?
Take that!
One extra R. Boy, is this some kind of a joke? No, Your Majesty. I could never joke about something so grave. The only one who seems to have a perfect alibi at the time of the murder was Her Eminence, Garin Sigatar Ryan. Queen Amara, didn't your sister Queen Garin ask you to pose as her and perform the rite of channeling? And didn't she also have you drive Dirk's spirit from his Faye's body and then stage the crime to make it look like he was the minister's killer? And at 2 p.m., while you were performing the rite of channeling at Queen Garin, didn't she kill Minister Inga while disguised as Dirk? Well, your mercifulness. It's no use trying to hide it any longer. You need to tell us the truth now. Oh, Mother! Justice Minister Inga's true killer is... What? I really did it! Your Eminence, my life is yours! Isn't he one of Garin's royal guards? Queen Amora! Bailiff, arrest that gunsman! Mother! Guard couldn't have. Could she? Someone call for an ambulance, quickly, no! Okay. So we do have one more part, but unfortunately, it's not going to be a long part. So what do you think, Di? I failed to mention another bombshell, didn't I? Yeah. We are going to keep going. It's probably going to take us about an hour. Wow, there were so many bombshells in this. BRB. Okay. Kitty. Hi. You doing? Right over there? Meow. Meow. Kitty time until Di comes back. You want kitty time? You want kitty time? You're gonna go fall asleep again? You're gonna fall asleep again? You're gonna fall asleep again? Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow meow meow. Oh, if I highlight the message, it's not there anymore. Yeah, YouTube screwed up. They have to fix that chat. You put the mouse over the message, it's not there anymore. Watch. See where it says I? Okay. So it's messed up. Well, I don't understand why they would do that. Like, they're trying to update the mobile side of YouTube, which is messing up the browser side. Apparently, this here at the bottom is going to be on the mobile then. And I don't understand why they're doing that. Welcome back, Di. I don't understand why they're having a chat version for mobile and a chat version for browser. It don't make sense. All right, let's continue. Yes, continue to the next chapter. May 19th. High Court of Korea, an accused lobby. We're lucky the ambulance made it in time. We've been forced into a recess for while things get straightened out. I can't believe what just happened. Tell me about it. Do you think Garn put that guard up to it? She did. She's going to regret it. No one gets away with something like that on my watch. Poor Mara. Your benevolence? Any news on her condition? She is undergoing surgery at the hospital as we speak. They're giving her a 50-50 chance of survival, though. Thank God. Justice will be served. Why? Why did this happen? Just as we're finally reunited. Tomorrow. What about that about being reunited? Oh, it's nothing. Right. She already knows the truth. She knows Queen Amara is her mother. She already knows Dirk Sudmati is her father. By this point. How are you, Hornhead? Dirk Sudmati was your father in all but blood, after all. Thank you for your concern, your benevolence. But I'm fine. Right now, we still have a trial to see through. So that's what I'm going to stay focused on. Hornhead. You're sturdier than your dad. You let's on. Just don't overdo it, okay, Apollo? That was a real shocker. All right. I can't believe the dragon is dead. That's just say, AJ. I was wondering, when Dirk disappeared after I freed him, that's because Amaro turned back into herself, right? Yeah, I suppose so. But I don't know if it was because Dirk spared Will, or if it was a part of Garin or Amara's plan. Man, our dream of revolution. Now what are we going to do? Is this it? Don't give up yet. There is a very good chance that Garin is the real culprit in all this. And if we can prove her guilt in court... Hey, you're right. That could be just the push we need. The dream lives on. Yes, it does. You know what that means, AJ? The fate of the revolution rests squarely on your shoulders. All in a day's work. Ugh. Who am I kidding? That's a ton of pressure. This is what Dirk gave his life for, so I have to do this for him. The Honorable Rebel Dirk Sudmati. I would have loved to have spoken while he had lived. Really? Well, why not? I mean, he seems like quite an interesting man. Now she says that. Did she bump her head or something earlier? The trial is about to resume. The defense is to report to the courtroom at 1. Already? After what just happened? The first thing Garin will do is respond to the last accusation. So you'd better stay on your toes, Apollo. I will, Mr. Wright. Ready or not, Garin, here comes justice. May 19th. High Court of Kurayan. Now then, let us resume today's proceedings. Huh? Where's Nayuta? I must offer my apologies. I never imagined the Royal Guardsman would do such a thing. What? He wasn't acting under your orders? Oh, how dare you cast suspicion upon her evidence? It is quite all right, Your Majesty. Suspicion is only natural under such circumstances. But rest assured that he acted alone, for I knew nothing of his plans. I don't believe that for a second. Now then, Your Majesty, regarding the murder of my husband, Minister Inga, I would like to offer a new possibility. A new possibility, you say? Indeed. For during the break, the real killer confessed to me. What? Ayla, call the witness to the stand. The real killer confessed? What she got up her sleeve this time? I have a really bad feeling about this. Oh, it's another bombshell. The guy's like, what? Really? He's the one who confessed? More like a forced confession. Prosecutor Sadmati, you're the real killer? I questioned him during the recess, as I felt that Amara had been covering for someone. So it was that he finally confessed his crime to me. Now, Yuta, you didn't really do it, did you? Her Eminence speaks the truth. It was I who killed Justice Minister Inga. Naita! Peace. Prosecutor Sadmati, are you absolutely certain about this? Confession of this nature is grave indeed. Yes, I am certain, for I killed him by my own hand. At last, the real killer has been revealed. How are we supposed to respond to this? Nayuta, retract your confession now! Mr. Justice, it is not yet time for your cross-examination. Who cares about that? Admit it! It was Queen Garin who put you up to this. She forced you into giving a confession, didn't she? You are out of line, Mr. Justice. Learn some self-restraint. What? Or do you have something that might prove that I did not commit this murder? That is... What do you think you're doing, you idiot? Truly, the truth can set us free. Looks like Garin got to him somehow. I definitely didn't see this coming. Nayuta, why are you doing this? Why would you sacrifice even your life to do Garin's bidding? Whatever the case may be, Prosecutor Sadmati, your testimony, please. Nayuta's confession. I cannot remain silent while Her Eminence fell under suspicion for this crime. It was I who murdered Justice Minister Inga. I had to die for the future Kurayan. I consider it divine judgment cast upon a fiend who sought to assassinate our monarch. My mother was simply covering me. I am ashamed if I let her go so far from my sanity. You do understand what you're doing, right, Nayuta? You're sentencing yourself to death if you're found guilty. If that is the court's verdict, then so be it. You must obey the law above all else. The law, Nayuta, or the queen.
Objection!
Enough. This blather has nothing to do with the witness's testimony. Please address any issues you may have during the cross-examination defense. Or, oh, I will. I'm going to blow his problematic testimony to smithereens. That music is signifying that this is probably the last testimony.
Hold it!
You kept quiet all this time even though you were the real killer? Yes, and I accept that what I have done can never be forgiven. I never imagined suspicion would fall upon the Queen herself. Prosecutor Sadmati has placed the future of our kingdom above his own life. He is taking responsibility for his crime and is showing his loyalty to Queen and country. Without a monarch on the throne, Ryan would be plunged into chaos. I never wished that upon my homeland. That is why I had to let the truth be known. What a bunch of baloney. I'm going to ask you again, Nayuta. Did you really kill Minister Inga? Yes. No matter how many times you ask, Mr. Justice, the truth is immutable.
Hold it!
It's not too late. You can still retract your confession before the verdict is rendered. There is no retracting the truth. One either tells it or does not tell it. It's that simple. Ugh. Why do you always have to be so stubborn, Nayuta? I hate how you never listen to reason once you get like this. I think we'll need some evidence before we can get him to retract his confession. Either that, or we'll have to force the retraction out of him by appealing to what is in his heart. It's not going to be easy either way. This would probably be a lot easier if we had Athena. Prosecutor Sadmati, what was the motive for your crime? I had reason enough to kill Minister Inga. Again, that's not a motive that he would make.
Hold it!
What do you mean by that? Mr. Inga was planning to assassinate her. I'm gonna cook you yet. I had to nip this evil in the butt, even if it cost me the purity of my soul. So you're saying the death of another is a reasonable price to pay to protect the Queen? Long have we remained independent under the authority of our spirit Queen. We command the people's awe and respect with the power to commute to the dead. Without such a monarch, our kingdom would lose its standing in the world. But if spirit channeling is so important, why did you have Queen Amara perform the rite? I'm afraid my elder sister is quite capricious. I would fulfill her duties only when the desire struck, as sporadic as that was. It was therefore something he did on a whim. There was no meaning behind it. Meaningless whim? It's hard to press a statement like that. Now, if I may return to my testimony.
Hold it!
Divine judgment? Yes, I render judgment upon the minister on behalf of the Holy Mother. Are you saying the Holy Mother guided you? No, her holiness would never condone killing in her name, regardless of the circumstances. As such, I believe my defiled soul will be damned to hell, but I do not regret what I have done. I willingly sacrifice my soul to protect the kingdom. Ugh. Snap out of it already, Naruto. So his motive comes from a place of faith, huh? Why does that sound completely credible when it's coming from him? All the more express a similar motive. As for her mercifulness, she is truly deserving of her title.
Hold it!
So you killed Minister Inga and Queen Amara staged the crime? Is that how it went? Precisely. My mother is as clever as she's kind. She thought to conceal my crime by taking all of the guilt upon herself. Another lie. I need to poke a hole in her testimony, but how? Nayuta, could it be you? You think it's going to be the first one? You didn't realize that Naina was actually Queen Amara, your own mother? That is not a strange thing. Much time has passed since we last met, after all. Right. 23 years ago, was it? When Dirk saved her after the supposed assassination attempt? No, Mr. Justice. It was 15 years ago that Dirk abducted my mother. Huh? That's weird. Are you sure about that? I remember clearly. I was around 10 years old at the time. Nayuta, please add that last statement to your testimony. We have evidence for this one. We really do.
Hold it!
15 years ago, huh? That's around the time I left for the U.S. What happened after Dirk helped Queen Amara escape? Agents of the Crown pursued us relentlessly, so we had to live a life on the run. The justice, know that Dirk sent you away so that you could not be caught up in the life we had. Gee, thanks. I can't believe it's been 15 years. Follow. There's something about Nayuta's testimony. Yeah, the discrepancy's a bit hard to miss, but what could it mean? So Nayuta got to meet his mother, back when Dirk rescued her. That's what he's saying. Seems to me, though, I had already been sent away by that point. Okay, now that I've dragged more testimony out of him, what can I do with it? We already have a piece of testimony to go with that. So we think about the we think about 15 years ago, there is one piece of evidence that's dated back that far. Roughly that far. Find it? I don't think LB's statement is going to be of use to this one. Because this statement is not 15 years ago. This is all about the incident around the murder of Inga. This statement doesn't reflect that.
Objection!
You're saying that Dirk made off with Queen Amara 15 years ago? But that's strange because I heard something very different from Dirk. He said that they ran off together 23 years ago. That is impossible. I know for a fact it was 15. Well, I have evidence that contradicts your statement. How do you explain this photo? Dirk said it was taken 23 years ago, which is, not correct. He said that? He did, but if we take what you just said as fact, then there's something in this photo that doesn't make any sense. This isn't making any sense to me, so I suppose I should ask. What does not make any sense in this photo What does not make any sense if the photo is only 15 years old? No, the book does make sense. That book is correct. That would have been stamped after the assassination 23 years ago. There's a bigger thing in this picture that makes sense. That won't make sense. Hello, Plushie. YouTube is messing up my message page. Anything else that you see in this picture, Dai?
Take that!
Nayuta, this discrepancy may not be directly related to this case, but I don't think we can simply overlook it either. Dirk said that the baby in the photo was you, but that doesn't make any sense if the photo is only 15 years old. After all, you said you were around 10 then, right? He's definitely sweating bullets over there. Over something. Follow. This baby isn't Nayuta. Wait, you don't think... Did Queen Amara have another child while she was on the run? What? And just what if that child was being held hostage? Nayuta, is that why you obey Queen Garen's every command? You presume too much. Ah. And that's why Queen Amara was trying to take the rap as well. To protect their other child. Child born 15 years ago. It would have to be someone who's around 14 or 15 years old now. This is just a guess. But I believe I know someone who fits the bill. This also explains the strange behavior. This is a child who was born to Dirk and Queen Amara 15 years ago. We already know the answer to this one, Dai. Well, we weren't supposed to know it before, but all the clues actually pointed to her in the beginning. All those strange statements she kept making, now they all make sense. Now, the baby in the photo. Prosecutor said, Marty, may I ask you something? Of course, you're benevolent. I've been meaning to ask you this since yesterday. Do you know about Inamara? And about me? From where did you hear such a thing? Mother, only yesterday. Schaefer was carrying on about telling the truth to the people, so I told her. I told her what the truth really was. For it is up to a mother to discipline her child. I see. I cannot accept this. Something the matter, your benevolence. Queen Amara is lying. It makes no sense. Queen Amara would not have killed my father. Why? Why did this happen? Oh, just as we were finally reunited. Oh, Queen Amara. Now I see. Nayuta, why you do what you're told. The other child born to Dirk and Queen Amara was Mr. Justice. I believe I know what you're about to say, but I cannot allow you to name an innocent soul as the child of terrible sin. I thought you might try to stop me. After all, simply revealing this information endangers who you've been trying to protect. I think this should make it clear what I'm talking about. This is the kink in your armor, the reason why you fear for your siblings' reputation. If it's a little confusing for you, maybe I'll give you a clue.
Take that!
You believe that to be the kink in my so-called armor? Well, I guess that book is not right. I fail to see what you mean by that. I dare say it looks more like a kink in the defense's argument. Ugh. It would be bad news for Rafa if it would become known that she was a father by Dirk. There's got to be something that shows why. Right. Let me take another look at the evidence. Photo? Nayuta. This is the kink in your armor, the reason why you fear for your siblings' reputation. The assassination file.
Take that!
And that is a file full of information that Dirk collected on what happened 23 years ago. A particular note right now is what's written here. The sins of the fathers are visited upon his children. This deeply held idea is why you were expelled from the royal family. Which means it wouldn't bode well for your sibling either. She were revealed to be Dirk's daughter. You became a prosecutor to bring down Queen Garen. But at some point, you came to serve the very regime you despised. And that was because the Queen found this kink in your armor. That's how she came to use your sister against you. Right. Nayuta! Have you been keeping the secret all this time? Have you been trying to protect me? You are an innocent party to all this. I live only to safeguard the law and serve the country and queen from which it flows. One such as you, who is destined to ascend to the throne, need not fret over one such as I. No, I cannot accept that. What you say is malarkey. Don't you even care what happens to you? Or country, queen, law, and everyone's future. My personal feelings are of no consequences. That is why I resigned myself to my fate. Now I must accept the status quo without any thoughts of charge. Spoken like a true prosecutor and a patriot. I shall continue to rule Orion until the day Graphisticity succeeds me. For that is what is best for a kingdom. I know, Your Eminence. Yours is no small sacrifice, but I promise you this, in exchange for your life, the child shall remain safe, and the kingdom shall prosper. That is all I ask for, is my eager existence. Nayuta, is this really the new you? Resigning yourself to the will of another and killing any hope you held for the future. No. The Nayuta I knew would never let himself be turned into this. Now, Your Majesty, if you would hand down your...
Objection!
You can say you're simply accepting your fate, Nayuta, but I know that deep down there is still hope in your heart. Oh, Holy Mother, preserve me. It's the kind of hope that preserves through the most desperate of times, and it's what binds you, me and Dirk, together as a family. I know because this has demonstrated to me that you haven't lost all hope yet.
Take that!
Is when you interrogated Dirk, confiscated all of his possession as potential evidence. I'll accept this. Did he take your attorney's badge too? No. That is strange, but this one it looked like he was going to take it from me. Changed his mind. So tell me, Nayuta, why didn't you take his badge? You couldn't bear to take it from him, could you? I know why. Because this badge means something special to us. Hey, Dirk, why do you still wear your badge? You're not a lawyer anymore, right? badge is my heart and soul. I'll never stop trying to realize my not until my very last breath. A dragon never yields. A dragon never yields, right? Exactly. Nayuta, Apollo, I vow to restore Korion's legal system to its rightful state one day. I want to pass on to you a world where you can live free of the fear of tyranny. You may say you've given up, but that's not how it really is it? You never gave up, and you never will, because you still believe that all the wrongs will be right someday, don't you? You are very perceptive, Mr. I may very well be as you say. Why did I not confiscate this badge? Given I didn't. Until now. Perhaps I was waiting for him to save me. Save you? Yes, save me. Like he did. Okay. Nayuta, Apollo! Hold on, I'm coming! What father wouldn't risk his life to save his own children? Nayuta, Apollo, don't you ever hesitate to call. Need me, understood? Someday, you would come and free our family from the chains of the past. Pat down. That is what I believe. I believe in Dirk, our father. Nayuta, I knew you. However, what a dream. Now that dream has died. Murdered, along with Dirk. So now, as the eldest, the responsibility falls squarely onto me. No matter the cost, I must protect her. Please, try to understand, Apollo. Understand why I shall bear all this sin. It is the only way. But
such insolence!
You have wasted more than enough of my time, lawyer. Do you not see the fertility of your desperate floundering? The mutability of his duty? It is time to accept defeat. Ugh. Now, watch as the hammer of justice comes down upon your dear brother. Your Majesty, the verdict, if you will. Yes, Your Majesty. Well, wait a second. I do. Does the defense wish to raise an objection? Gotta be some way to save Nayuta. Follow. It all goes back to the incident 23 years ago. Branded him the son of a criminal. If he could once for all prove that Dirk didn't try to assassinate Amara, right, Nayuta and Rafa's father would no longer be viewed as a criminal. I thought there wasn't any evidence left, because it was all destroyed in the fire. Dirk investigated the matter for years, never managed to do. Really? Nothing at all? Can an exceptional lawyer like Dirk try that long and really uncover nothing at all? He had over 2 decades, Apollo. Huh? Right. Now Dirk would have gone to his grave without discovering something new. Must have secretly planted something topple guard with his own somewhere. Take another look at the evidence. You just might find what we need to break out of this situation with in there. Got it. If the defense is done stalling for time, I shall render my verdict. No, wait. About the assassination attempt 23 years ago. The defense has some new information it would like to share. You do? Hmm? Well, we had intended to deliberate the case in the course of this trial. Sure. Did you leave something behind for me? Is there some connection I'm missing here? Very well then. What is the source of your new information about the case from 23 years ago? Well, there's only one thing that we do have. Photo of his father. You mean the corpse photo? This one?
Take that!
Photograph? Yes. You recall the traveling musician who died in the fire 23 years ago? How could anyone forget such a painful chapter in our history? Poor fellow was caught up in the blaze that was meant for Queen Amara. He never knew his identity, though, as his belongings were burnt to ashes. Well, about that, the truth is, he was my biological father. Oh? What? Why, of course! With this photo and her benevolence, exactly, might be able to prove Dirk completely innocent. And that would free her from the infamy of having criminal blood in her veins. Because here in Karayan, we can witness the final moments of the dead. What utter nonsense! There was no evidence left in the wake of the blaze. That's what you think. But Dirk went to the ends of the earth to bring this little souvenir back for us. He did? Yep. And boy, is it the best piece of evidence ever. He knew that with it, we'd finally be able to conclusively settle the matter here in court. Save his children. Your Majesty, the defense requests that we hold a divination seance for this new victim.
Objection!
What a waste of time. The events of 23 years past have already been deliberated at length.
Objection!
But wasn't Dirk on trial for the incident as well today? So, we wouldn't be doing our jobs if we failed to look into this new lead, would we? Ugh. As the presiding judge, I will now share my thoughts on the matter. The attempted assassination of Queen Amara is a case we can ill afford to leave open. And I believe that the final moments of the victim will prove to be very important. Therefore, it is the opinion of this court that we should conduct another divination seance. Why you? You're benevolent. If you knew the full name of the victim seen in this photo, you'd be able to perform a divination seance, right? Of course, leave it to me. Thank you. My father's full name is Joe Justice. All right. Oh, you're benevolent. Please commence the divination seance when you are ready.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
The spirit of the victim has granted us a window into his final moment. It appears the divination seance was a success. So those were my father's final moments. That baby we saw must have been you, Apollo. Well, he had his horns. I will now decipher the experience of the deceased. Are you ready, Hornhead? Yes, please proceed. Very well. Here are my interpretations of the facts as gleaned from the seance vision. Someone attempted to assassinate Queen Amara by setting her residence ablaze. Hornhead's father appeared to stop by and was knocked out by the assassin. Dirk's fingerprints were discovered on the lighter found at the scene of the crime. That is how he was determined to be the assassin. Hornhead's father tried to save his son, but sadly he perished in the attempt. That is everything the deceased experienced in his final moment. Father's final. So right here for everyone to see, but them unlocked what happened 23 years ago. Okay. So now we have to figure out the scene and part of the insight that conflicts. There was one scene that really caught my eye. Probably would have caught yours too. This is gonna end everything. On the third statement. Okay, now what scene? Fourth panel. We're gonna have to play this. I don't think we're going to keep it on pause. I see it. Do you see it? I think I paused at the right time too. So hold on. Let me rewind this first. So there is a lighter that was shown in that. Well, this is technically not a mirror. Well, it's not actually a mirror. It's actually a platter.
Objection!
No, it's not a mirror. The walkthrough is wrong. Dirk's fingerprints were discovered on the lighter that was found at the scene. However, the hand holding the lighter in the seance vision appears to be gloved. Ah, I believe you're right. What could this mean? It calls into question whether the hand in the vision really was Dirk. If only we could make out the details a little better. Very well, I will attempt to focus a bit more on what the deceased saw. Perhaps that will help refine the seance vision. It does seem that there was a glove on the hand. But we also see something else. What do you see, Dai? Still, what significance could that have? It means that Dirk's fingerprints got on the lighter at some point, at some other time. Somebody could have even put them there after the fire.
Objection!
All you have is pure speculation, while the facts remain that they are his fingerprints. Therefore, it stands to reason that Dirk was the only one who used the light.
Objection!
It just means I have to prove that the figure in the vision is someone else. Using the information in my father's final memories. Either way, it seems that I must revise my insight. Someone had put his prints on the lighter after the fact, and we know not to. Okay, she's updated her insight. Time to go over them and see if there are any new inconsistencies to be found. Okay, so, well... Okay. Probably going to be the new statement, right, Di? And there's a piece of clue in the vision that makes it easy for us to figure out who this person is. Fourth statement. So, and this would actually go on to the fourth panel as well, because I'm pretty sure that's what this is. So we have a clear. Because I'm pretty sure that's what they're going to be showing us. Is that correct, Di?
Objection!
Wait. Then this means that the real culprit is... The figure in this vision is clearly not Dirk. The distinctive band around their wrist gives their true identity away. Ah! That design, it can't be! This will prove just whose hand was captured in the seance vision. So we're going to use evidence. There's only one piece of evidence that shows those bands. Well, they go on the sleeve.
Take that!
That photo. So you do believe the culprit to be? Justice Minister Inga had cuffs with the exact same pattern on them. You're referring to the cuffs of justice, correct? Yes. I hear they're a traditional part of the Cryonese Justice Minister's attire. But what does this tell us? It tells us that the figure in the vision is none other than the Cryon's late Minister of Justice, Inga Kahul Karayan. No! But unfortunately, he's wrong about that information. Not my father! So he plotted the assassination of the former queen as well as the correct one. Justice Minister Inga, so then Dirk's innocent for both charges. The Defiant Dragons, they have been right all along. Nayuta, what you propose is not possible, Apollo. For back then, Inga Kahul Kurayan was not the Minister of Justice. What? The Justice Minister 23 years ago was you, Queen Garin. What? Oh, right. She served as the Minister of Justice before succeeding the throne. I guess she also prosecuted the assassination attempt 23 years ago as well as one. Talking about the defense, fabricating evidence. In her power, she was able to fabricate evidence. So then, the figure in this vision is actually Your Eminence. It's you, isn't it? So this is madness. Why would Her Eminence do such a thing? Because he would accede to the throne. She wanted to usurp the throne from her sister Amara. That's why she tried to assassinate her. I find that all very hard to swallow. Your Eminence, are you the one responsible for the tearing my family apart? And was it you who killed my father? Well, Your Eminence, I'm asking you a question.
Insolence!
Peasant. Always carrying on about things of no importance. You do not deny it then? You conceal the truth and use me for your own design? Oh, Nayuta, spare me your feeble-minded line of questioning. Even if Dirk were cleared of all charges, it shall still be I who decides Rafa's fate. You do wish for her to be queen someday, do you not? Remember, the child lives only by my good grace. Now, kneel before me and fulfill your end of the bargain by offering me your head. Your Eminence, I am done heeding your commands. Even as you use my sister against me, I still believed you. I believed that protecting your secrets was in the best interest of this kingdom. You have been deceiving me all the while. Nayuta, you dare defy me? Your Eminence, I can turn the other cheek no more. Therefore, I hereby retract my confession, the murder of Justice Minister Inga. Retract, you say? Sir, the final piece of evidence you left behind has released Nayuta from his suffering. Now he's finally free. Do it. Take it off. In all this time, not once did I reflect on my own conduct, for I had believed all was fate. Lost in my own sense of resignation, I was unable to wake from my despair. you, Apollo. You have awakened me with your demonstration of our Father's creed.
A dragon never yields.
I will carry on Dark's legacy, fulfill his dream. Hear me, Garin. I will cast you down from your bloody throne. Long live the revolution. Ugh. You insolent fool. Now even you prattle on about revolution. Would you look at that? Well, Apollo, it seems we're finally making some headway down the road that Dirk carved out for us. Yeah. Now, if we could just prove Garin's guilt, we could continue on down that road towards the revolution Dirk dreamed of. Your Eminence, but you have been accused of the crime committed 23 years ago. Would you like to say anything in your defense? Not so fast, Your Majesty. For the cusp could have been stolen and used without my knowledge. So you see, they can hardly be considered proof of anything. Well, I believe you're right. But we know she's guilty. Well, lawyer, is there any other evidence you would have me refute? See, now she becomes the defendant. Now she has to prove somebody stole those. Unfortunately, this photo was the last piece of evidence Dirk left for me. So as far as evidence goes, I've got nothing else regarding that case from the past. However, now that Prosecutor Sadmati has retracted his confession, we'll have to redeliberate the current case from scratch. Yes, the defense speaks the truth. Even though it is clear who the guilty party is. Queen Garin, the defense accuses you of the murder of Justice Minister Inga Karhirol Karayan. But, do you have any evidence, defense? Evidence that will prove Garin was the killer? There is still one more avenue for us to explore, Mr. Justice. There is. Minister Inga's final memories. In them, the minister's killer posed as Dirk. Therefore, one must ask, how did the killer dispose of their disguise? Hey, you're right. A lot of blood would have splattered onto the killer. So the blood-soaked clothes would have to have been dealt with somehow. If they're still around somewhere, then... I was wondering what absurd idea you could concoct next. Clothing could be disposed of most anywhere. I doubt you could find them now.
Objection!
Then you don't know us very well. You're benevolent. Yes? On the day of your father's murder, you had been watching the courtyard from down. Now, during the time you saw Queen Garin, did you not? Yes, I did. I saw my mother entering the palace from the courtyard. But I was told not to mention it because it had nothing to do with my father's murder. Rafa! You would not dare! Then the queen headed into the palace. Did she have Dirk's clothes in her possession? No, she did not. So maybe she disposed of them somewhere in the courtyard.
Objection!
police did a thorough sweep of the area following the crime, but they did not find anything resembling Dirk's clothes. But you knew that already, didn't you, prosecutor? Yes, I admit no clothing was found. Yeah. So you admit that you were merely speculating, chasing phantoms and delusions of evidence that never existed. This makes no sense. Clothing doesn't just disappear like that. If Karen wasn't carrying any clothes, she must have gotten rid of them somewhere. Somewhere where she thought they'd never be found. The very obvious thing she could have done. You're not gonna like the answer. Trust me. Where they'd never be found, huh? I believe Dirk's clothes were hidden here. You're not gonna like the answer to this, guy. That's the hint I'm gonna give you. That the answer Andy gave you? They're not in Rafa's quarters.
Take that!
The tomb? You believe the clothing was hidden there? Yes, it's the only place it can be. Very well, we're in the tomb. Do you believe the clothings were hidden? I told you, Dai, you're not gonna like this answer.
Take that!
Of course, that makes perfect sense. The clothings weren't simply hidden, they were returned to where they belonged. So get this mental picture in your head. She took Dirk's clothes off, put them on her from the deceased. She wore them to disguise herself as Dirk. Then she put it back on the deceased. Ugh. And by that you mean the killer would have had to get Dirk's clothes from somewhere. Likely they were right there. Yes. Of course. At the time of the minister's murder, Dirk's body was already in the sarcophagus. So the killer could have simply borrowed his clothes. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Right, before the minister entered the tomb, the killer put on Dirk's clothes and then hid behind the curtain above the sarcophagus. And after the minister was killed, Dirk's clothing were returned to his body.
Objection!
So what? This is still all speculation. We know not whether those clothes were actually used in the murder. Therefore, you cannot prove that they were somehow connected to this crime. Actually, yes, they can. Because if they detect Inga's blood onto it, that's not Dirk's blood, that would prove That would prove it right there.
Objection!
That's where you're wrong, but I believe you already knew that. These clothes were definitely used during the minister's murder because of this. So on the chest area should be Dirk's blood.
Take that!
The blood stain on Dirk's chest are no doubt the result of being shot by the minister. However, it doesn't explain everything. There's also some blood splatter extended from his left elbow to his abdomen area. I believe this blood splatter came from No, the blood didn't come from Garin. Garin was not inflicted or injured.
Take that!
If the killer wore those clothes during the murder, then the blood splatter must have come from Minister Inga. I had thought it was all Dirk's, but that makes sense. Only one way to be sure, though. Let's get these stains analyzed right away. Indeed, this may be the conclusive evidence we need to prove the Queen's guilt.
Objection!
You cannot prove it was I who hid these clothes. They could very well have been hidden by a third party. Could they really? I'd say the possibility of someone other than Garin hiding the clothes because of the property that it's on. The answer is obvious. No, it's just not possible. Your Eminence, I recall you saying the following. The key to Amara's sarcophagus is under the protection of the royal family. My husband and I are the only ones who could open it. Therefore, it would be impossible for some knave to open it. Oh! Ugh. That was your own testimony, word for word. Why, you insolent. Admit it. Only you could have hidden Dirk's clothes after they were used in the murder. Garin does not exist. Technically, she does not exist. And after this game, she won't exist. That means you're the only one who killed Justice Minister Inga. Insufficient worm. You dare accuse me, the ruler of Karayan? Do not think for one moment. I'm afraid such arguments are invalid here in this sacred hall, Your Eminence, because even monarchs aren't above the law. It's the end of the line for you, Queen Garin. Time to come down from that lofty throne and face justice. Yeah. So she's going to worm her way out of this one. Me? Face justice? Surely you jest. You're in no position to force my hand, lawyer. Oh? Surely you haven't forgotten about the Defense Culpability Act. Those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. Sir, should I be convicted of murdering my husband, your dear brother, who delivered false testimony in my defense, shall also be found guilty. What? That can't be! Can it? By delivering false testimony in the courts of protecting a guilty party, he would certainly be judged by this court as having supported a criminal, and the Defense Culpability Act would most definitely come into play. But the law is so broad that anyone could be convicted under it. When it comes to the DC Act, even I am conflicted, and yet, as it currently stands, it is the law of the land. And as you said earlier, no one is above the law. All the absurd things I've seen, this law really takes the cake. Now what? What can we do at this point? You need not look so forlorn. Kirk has been cleared of all charges. So let us leave all thoughts of the real killer and revolution in the past where it belongs. He wants us just to let her off scot-free? Yet, no any other choice. We cannot yield to her, Apollo. If it will move the revolution forward, I will gladly face the DC Act. Now do it. Accuse Queen Guard of the crime she has committed. What?
Such insolence!
What you speak of is not revolution. Our kingdom will not function without its sovereign. Draca cannot ascend to the throne. He is yet incapable of handling spirit. Thus to accuse me to wish destruction on our fair kingdom, Paris. Paris? If you would still insist on accusing me as ruling sovereign of Orion, I proclaim the following. All who imperil the crown, no matter the reason, shall be subject to immediate execution upon the Queen's order. What? Immediate execution? Do you still not comprehend? And let me be clear, for the sake of this kingdom, and in accordance with the laws of Orion, I command that you be put to death at once. This is where it ends. What the? Isn't this going a bit too far? Why is the Guard and Royal Guard? They were on standby in case of an attack by foolishly optimistic terrorists. Now, if you would continue to oppose me, the very embodiment of the law, and under my real authority, you shall all be put to death.
Objection!
Come on, this is insane, even for you. You can't possibly get away with something like this. This is a court of law. You can't just order our execution without due process. Now look, Apollo, truth and due process are certainly important, but so is your life, so think before you speak again. But... Please, Apollo, do not make this any worse than it already is. I cannot lose you to the Twilight Realm, too. What am I supposed to do? How do I win against an opponent that can rewrite the law as she sees fit? We'll figure that out real soon. Really, really, really soon. How can I ever bring her to justice? Is this really how it all ends? It is your life or your accusation, player. You cannot hope for both. It is time to cease this insanity. Like who? Did I accuse Queen Garin? You're gonna push you to accuse? I know what I have to do. Mr. Wright, you know that saying you're constantly reminding me and Athena of? The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. You never fail to impress me, Apollo. And Nayuta, you know the creed we've known ever since we were kids? The dragon never yields. Apollo. They're not merely words. They're what carried us this far. Now it's time to honor these words, memories of the ones who gave them to us. I couldn't agree with you more, Apollo. These words are more important to me than you know. And if there's any time to remember them, it's now. It would seem, Apollo, not one, two superous creatures dwell deep within. Fierce dragon and the various phoenix that shall scatter the clouds, hiding the heavens. They'll join you in your death-defying bluff. I think I finally understand what those words really mean. And the resolve they embody. He's giving it time, but here we go. Are you smiling, even in the face of certain doom? Is there no end to your defiance? Unfortunately for you, no. I won't let fear or even the law force me to abandon the pursuit of truth. Because there is another saying in my country. Truth will set you free. See, that is precisely what Dirk sought to do through this trial. Wish for us to break free from a certain fickle spider's immobilizing silk thread. We won't be intimidated by unjust laws or give in to fear. Abandoning truth like that is just not a part of my playbook. There's only one path for us. Revolution. The time to make Dirk's dream a reality is upon us. Your Eminence, you are the law here in Karayan, and your very existence is wrong. Does your desperate pleading no end? I know it's a bit late to ask, but what's the plan? Well, Garin is going to execute us on the spot under the Defense Culpability Act. The law itself derives its power from the authority of the crown. And there's only one thing to do. We dethrone her. Right here, right now. Alright, but how? It's not like we have a lot of time to come up with the way to do it either. Apollo becomes very creative with this one. I doubt she'll allow you to perform another cross-examination while we think. Don't worry, I'll come up with something. It's fine. We can't give up. Not now. We have to keep on fighting to the end. We can't allow these broken trials go on. Time to make things right. Yes. So this always proves that this is endgame. If I accuse Garin, now you two will be suspected or subject to the Defense Culpability Act, which means he will be put to death in accordance with the law. So the only way out of this is to dethrone Garin right now. Could this be the key to dethroning Garin? Founder's orb, the key to the revolution. Kirk is convinced that the orb is the key to the revolution, and Ryan's Ida Garin's obsession with the orb makes a large amount of sense. Probably doesn't want anyone using it to gain spiritual powers and the right to the throne. Inga definitely tries to do just that, but that's where it starts to fall apart. Inga couldn't have channeled the founder even after conducting Miss Faye after all. I think it's the name. Inga didn't know the founder's name. The name of the founder is only known to those who become queen. It means the only people who currently know her name are Garin and Amara. So even if someone else had the orb, he wouldn't be able to channel the founder. So that begs the question, why is Garin so fixated on the orb? Okay, let's not overthink this. Garin is obsessed with the orb because good job. Good job. Garin wants spiritual power. Could it be? It's hard to believe, but if she wants spiritual power, does that mean Garin can't channel spirit? That would explain why she had Amara perform the rite of channeling. Is that why she let Amara live? To stand in for her when the time came to channel spirit? Yes, that's the name of the game, Spirit of Justice. So if Garin can't channel spirit, job. Garin's Defense Culpability Act was established under the Crown's authority. But if she has no claim to the throne, then the DC Act would become null and void. No, not just the DC Act. All the insane laws she's enacted would be swept away in one fell swoop. You claim the authority of the crown? You of all people? That's a good one. Have you truly lost it, lawyer? Indeed, I would have the defense explain himself at once. It's easy, your majesty. Why is Queen Garin so obsessed with the Founder's Orb? Why did she let Queen Amora live? Why was she having her mercifulness perform the rite of channeling in her place? The answer to these three questions point to a single conclusion. A fact that will shake this kingdom to its very core. I still do not follow, Apollo. Your Eminence, I have just one question. Please be honest. You can't actually channel spirits, can you? What? You believe the Queen is not capable of communicating with the dead? The defense will explain himself at once. In Karayan, the ability to channel spirits is an absolute requirement for a would-be queen. Your Eminence, if you were incapable of doing that, then you'd have no claim to the throne. Not only that, every law you pass would be rendered null and void. And you, the Garn Royal Guard? You seem to be rather enamored with the Queen's supposed spiritual power. What if she had none? What if she were just an ordinary person, pretender to the throne? That's just crazy talk, impossible. Everyone knows that.
Objection!
Such blasphemy. On what grounds do you make such a defamatory claim? Pingaran, you think I'm just out to defame you? Prove it. Prove it using this piece of evidence you want so badly.
Take that!
All the conditions for summoning the founder should be in place. The orb. We know what the founder looks like. As queen, you should know the founder's name. Now, you would, Your Eminence. Please show us the great spiritual power you bear as Grand Priestess of Karayan. Oh, to witness Her Eminence' great power with our own eyes, the Holy Mother will appear before us. Oh, great miracles of miracles! Praise be Your Eminence! May your mighty spiritual power show us the way! Enough, I say, you mindless fiends. Your Eminence, can it be that you cannot? No, I want a lawyer. Summon one at once.
Objection!
Aren't you forgetting something? There aren't any lawyers left in Karayan. You can take your Defense Culpability Act for that. Your Eminence, please give us a glimpse of your magnificent spiritual power. Summon Her Holiness so she may guide us. I have heard enough from you. Out of my sight, all of you. If you truly are capable of channeling spirits, then get on with it, Your Eminence. You sneaky, underhanded wretch of a lawyer. That reminds me. You said something to this effect earlier. It is time to cease this insanity. Don't you feel stupid for saying that now? Indeed, of all the things she said, I can think of nothing more ludicrous. Apollo, teach this deceitful, putrid queen a lesson she won't soon forget. Gladly, because it really is time to cease this insanity. Guard, your regime's reign of terror ends here. Very well. Demonstrating my ability. Behold, the magnificent power to commune with the dead. Ooh, Your Eminence! O great spirits of the founder who dwells in the twilight realm, heed to the sacred convenience of the orm, and appear before us. Ooh, here it comes. Hmm. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Oh, spirit of the founder of grace, it's time now, I beseech you. Heed my call, founder, please. Yeah. No, wait. I was just warming up. The rite actually starts from now. Look. Holy mother. Prosecutor Sodmati. How is her eminence? It seems she now believes that she herself is the Holy Mother. I see, but her attempts at her eternally failed, did it not? Sadly, she's unable to accept the fact. I fear it will be quite a challenge to question her later. And what, if I may ask, was her motive? I understand that she killed Minister Inga in order to prevent his cult yet. But what of her attempts to assassinate Queen Amara 23 years ago? To become queen herself? Maybe she just craved power and attention. She likely developed a psychological complex from her inability to channel spirit. That is why she kept Queen Amara alive to perform the rite of channeling for her. That way, it would seem as if she had great spiritual power. Short, build a cult of personality upon fear and lies. Again, not all tyrant. So then, she never really intended to kill Amara, huh? What I don't understand is why Queen Amara even listened to Garen in the first place, especially 14 years ago, before Rafer was being held hostage. Why would she keep letting the people of Parian think he was dead, while she kept quietly performing the rite of channeling for Garen? My mother is a gentle soul by nature, and loves her sister dearly. So when Garen told her to hide because Dirk was out to kill her, she believed it. What's more, she did not wish to tarnish the name of her beloved sister. That is why she acceded to obediently to Garen's request to keep channeling until she fled with Dirk, told the truth, that is. So that's what happened? And since Rafer was being held captive, imagine Amora had no choice but to help cover up the truth behind Inga's murder. Yeah, living secretly as Rafer's servant, Nina. No doubt only deepened her love for her daughter. Do anything to keep her safe. All the more reason to hide the painful truth from her. Well, that was a case for the ages. Prosecutor Sodmati has been cleared of all suspicions in the charge of Minister Inga, as has Mr. Dirk Sodmati in the assassination attempt on Queen Amara. Now then, I think it is high time I hand down my verdict on Dirk and Nair to Sodmati. hope you're watching. It proved your innocence. Now you're to smiling again. Revolution always dreamed of finally happening. This, I finally say, this court is adjourned. May 19th. High Court of Korean accused lobby. Way to go, Paulo! I was on the edge of my seat when those guards stormed the courtroom. That was a shocker, all right. Can't imagine anything like that happening back home. I know, right? I was ready to go on down there and teach them a lesson myself. Really? I was barely able to hold her back. Hold me back? You were about to go ballistic after a while there, Athena. Yeah, well, I was thinking about helping you smack a few of them down, to be honest. Remind me to never say or do anything to diverse my Athena double suplex. Double suplex. You did a fine job out there today, Apollo. Thanks for all the great advice, Mr. Wright. Nah, it was all you. That perseverance and never say die attitude you showed was impressive. I actually learned a thing or two myself. What? From me? That's a laugh. There were a number of times where I wouldn't blamed you for giving up. But you stuck it out to the end and came away triumphant. By sheer force of will and inner strength forged in countless trials, you overcame the most desperate and hopeless situation I've ever seen. I don't know about all that. I mean it. You've really come a long way, Apollo. I've nothing but respect for your abilities as an attorney. Really? Aren't you exaggerating just a little bit, Mr. Wright? You did it, Apollo. You finally won his seal of approval. But what about me, Nick? My channeling's come a long way, too. After all, I was deemed worthy enough to be used in 2 major crimes already. Yeah, and 2 major chances for me to become someone for you to channel next. Honestly, I couldn't have done this without the support of each and every person here. Mr. Wright, Athena, Naruto, and of course, Derek. Don't forget Rafa. She did her part too. That was pretty cool, Polly. Brucey! Brucey, what are you doing here? It's magic. I'm afraid she employed the old let's stow away Mr. Edwards' suitcase trick. What? Though it certainly explains why my suitcase was so heavy. I mean, you at least know it's heavier than usual. Lucy, do you even have a passport? My magic panties are an extra dimensional space. It's like a mini universe in there. I can produce a passport at the drop of my hat. Right. Maybe some things in this world are better left in mystery. Though she is 17, though they do give out passports to minors, she technically doesn't actually need one if she's with an adult. Hornhead, barbed head. I am forever in your debt for what you've accomplished in this Hall of Justice. Without your presence, I may have never changed as I have this day. Pathetic, I know. That's where you're wrong, your benevolence. It was you who changed yourself. Only you could choose to defy guard. And that decision was yours and yours alone. That's right. All we did was present you with an opportunity. Made use of it with gusto. This victory is yours, your benevolence. You should be proud of yourself. I see. So, I am worthy of my title after all. Ha! I shall work to heal our kingdom so that it may know peace and prosperity once more. You sure bounced back quick. Your benevolence. I take it you learned the truth of your origin? That you are the daughter of Dirk and Queen Amara? Yes. My mother, Her Eminence told me. She said it was part of my disciplining, if you could call it that. Sounds more like blackmail. Keep quiet or I'll tell everyone you're the daughter of a criminal. Mother was so insufferable, or should I say my former mother. Sounds like there was no love lost there. But you cleared Dirk's name. My true father will no longer be known as a criminal. Therefore, I have nothing more to fear. So, what's next for the kingdom of Pariah? You lost your queen, so... Her benevolence, and pray for Williston. Nayuta, but you can't handle spirits yet, right? Indeed, which is why I will act as Regine on her behalf, till the day she comes into her own. Yes, your help will be greatly appreciated. That's good. That big. She's having a hard time saying brother. Is she going to say what I think she is? Oh, what are you looking at me, you horn-headed nincompoop? Youch! In any event, I will be assisted by Nayuta and Queen Amara for the time being. Queen Amara? Our country offers counsel to the rulers of neighboring kingdoms through channeling. It is a duty I intend to fulfill myself one day. For now, I will have Queen Amara assist me in that capacity. So then, she's going to be all right? Yes, it seems the bullet went straight through her without doing any serious damage. That's a relief. You did it, AJ! Thanks to you, both Dirk and Nayuta beat the charges against them. And you got the revolution rolling to boot. So the revolution? Sure. I guess you were right to believe in me after all. Yes, sir! There's going to be some major changes around here. The legal system's going to return to its rightful state, like how Dirk always wanted. And the name of Apollo Justice will go down in Koreanese history. Yeah, right. Nayuta, before I forget, there was something I wanted to give you before I head back home. You wish to give me something? Yes, as Dirk's first son, I think you should have this. So this is something that we only have one chance to do. So what do we give him, Di?
Take that!
This is her. ought to get back to the state. I know you're a prosecutor and all, but as the man that's going to change to Ryan, it's only right that you have it. Change. Ryan. Yes, Dirk's place. Hello. I'm afraid I must refuse your gift. What? Why? There is something I would like to show you. Huh? Well, what's this all of a sudden? Mr. Wright, won't you and your friends please join us? Oh, sure. So we got to make the biggest change of all. May 19th, former Sudmati Law Office. So why'd you bring us here, Nayuta? Follow. I want you. Stay here in Karayan. What? For why? We have lost our queen and our kingdom stands at a crossroads. Most of all, we will need to rebuild our entire legal system. Naturally, that includes the reintroduction of lawyers to the court. Wait, you're not asking me to. Yes, I want you to take over this law office, with you as a lawyer and me as a prosecutor. We shall rebuild Karayan's legal system from the ground up. You want me to help you rebuild the legal system? That's a lot to take in. Follow, I cannot do this without you. As a lawyer, you are Dirk's spiritual heir. Having studied in America, your legal knowledge will be indispensable. It's way out of my league. Revolution is still in its infancy. It was Dirk's dream to restore the legal system to its rightful state. Do not help realize that dream. Come on, AJ. You know it's what Dirk would have wanted. Let's do it together. Must be taken aback by my sudden request, but please give it some thought. So, when I first played this, this was a heavy decision to make, because what would this mean for the future of the Ace Attorney franchise? Of course, I'm honored that you asked. Still, I have my job back at the Wright Anything Agency to consider too. Don't you worry about that, Apollo. Besides, this is something only you can do. Something only I can do. I mean, to be completely honest, our office would be a bit short on firepower without you around, but hey. Right. Actually, I am sorry, but I can't get on board with this. Athena? I mean, there's still so much I want to learn from you, Apollo. That's right. You won't be the same. It won't be the same without you. And everyone back home would really miss you too. There's no way I can agree to this. Still, you really wanted to stay. Yeah, Athena's right. It won't be easy, but Athena, Lucy, Apollo, no one but you can make this decision. Know that I not question whatever choice you make. Our flight leaves tomorrow morning, Apollo. Think you can make up your mind by then? I'll try. Talk about a difficult decision. Should I go back to the U.S. or continue working at the Wright Anything Agency? So, this is a decision that's going to reflect the future of the Ace Attorney franchise. Should I stay in Karayan and help Nayuta rebuild the legal system? But the right thing for me to do. May 20th, 8 o'clock a.m. Imperial Temple. So, what's your decision, Dai? What do you think Apollo should do? The bus to the airport will be here any minute. Wonder where Apollo is. Do you think he decided to stay here in Korean? So now we're in Phoenix's perspective. I bet he was up all night thinking. This is a life-changing decision after all. Whatever he decides, I'll have to accept it. I guess this means no more courtroom battles alongside him. Hey, guys! I know that booming voice anywhere! Phew, we made it. Apollo, you're here! Does this mean you're coming home with us? Well, about that. Mr. Wright. Yes? I've made up my mind. Before he says anything, Di, what's your answer? Should he stay in the States or stay in Korean? You don't know? Both, maybe? It's going to be hard for him to do both. Because if he stays in Korean, he's going to stay in Korean for at least a couple years to rebuild the legal system. So, here it is, the moment of truth. I still have so many things to learn from you. But I've decided to stay in Korean. You're staying? But I feel like I have to pick up where Dirk left off. I can't let his sacrifice go to waste. See. Plus, I want to teach others everything you've taught me about being a lawyer, Mr. Wright. Apollo. Search roadmap for the future. You're teaching. I believe that these two things will save the people of this kingdom from further unrest. I want to do this. No, I have to do this. Apollo. I've never felt prouder. Proud to have had such an amazing attorney working under me. But someday, I'll return to the U.S. Once the new legal system here is firmly in place, I'll be back. God's honor. Will we really see you again, Apollo? You bet. Not that I have any idea how long it'll be. I promise you this, everyone. I'll keep on learning and growing. I'll come back to the U.S. Even better lawyer. So don't you forget about me. Of course we won't, Apollo. There will always be a spot waiting for you back at the office. Meantime, we'll be rooting for you. So knock him dead. You got it, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna miss you, Polly. If this is it, then I'm going to support your choice of all the way. Thanks, Chrissy. Good luck with your magic act. I know you'll do Kupe Grimari proud. I'll be cheering for you too, Apollo. But don't think you're the only one with room to grow. The next time we meet, you probably won't even recognize me. In other words, game on? You bet. And I'm gonna win. Going to miss you too, Apollo, but Can't wait to see where your new adventure will take you. Well, there's our bus. Guess this is it, Apollo. I'll never forget everything you've done for me. I don't know how I'll ever repay you. Here's to seeing you back in the US again someday. Till then, you know where to find me. The legacy of those who came before us. Handed down from parent to child. And from mentor to disciple. Must never stall or stagnate. Continue to grow and change. All that we've been taught, beliefs and convictions that have been passed down to us, we must continue to nurture them so we, in turn, can pass them on to the next generation.
Are you really sure you're okay with him staying, boss?
Uh-huh. I always figured he'd leave the nest someday.
Oh, I think they're almost here.
Just a little. Got it. Huh?
Why don't we go and check it out, AJ?
All right, what do you think, Di? I'm not going to read all that. So we're almost finished with Spirit of Justice. We've got one more episode. We'll start that off next week. That would be the DLC case. Pretty confusing. Every game that we finish, you're gonna always miss characters. And I'm pretty sure you're gonna miss Faitha, right? So far, who's your favorite character in the entire series? Wright Ace Attorney is not going to count because it's not actually part of the main series. I actually consider the Miles Edgeworth game to be part of the main series because they deal with the same characters. I bet you missed those two already too. Betty and Bonnie. Two bunny rabbits. You like most of them? Do you have a favorite? Oh, look it! He's got her baby! The reason why I want a 7 is because I want to see where they go with her. Because she really needs character development adjustment. She is the defense attorney with post-traumatic stress disorder. I'm not 100% finished with the game. I got one more episode left. Which will start next week. It's the DLC case. So, and then when that case is done, I will officially complete this game. You're just seeing the credits for the main game. I am going to miss her too. He really cares about Apollo. Oh, look at that. Maya's home. Evolutionary makeup. If anyone is going to plot to take over the world, it's going to be Pearl and Maya. We're playing to serve you in the capacity. Oh. Oh, Amara is the true mother. She acts like a true mother compared to Garen. And Rafa can't handle it now. Braid head. So we got Barb's head, we've got Horn head, and we got Braid head. She's calling her big brother Braidhead. And she has a hard time saying big brother. Are you serious? I don't remember this scene. So the one that's talking to Phoenix is Steleza from Apollo Justice. So that's how they tied it. That's how they're tying the game in. So this is the rest of the Reddit. Quite a long road that we went to. Yeah, Spirit of Justice was actually a very big project because it would end up coming after the first Wright Ace Attorney game. I just don't remember the scene. I just know he was talking to Steleza, Apollo's mom, and Trucy's mom. So as far as, did they do anything to upscale the graphics in the 3DS port? Not really. They're not really enhanced that much. I think Dual Destinies tweaked the models for Phoenix Wright because I wasn't really impressed with the Dual Destinies models for Phoenix Wright and some of the other characters. They were adjusted in Spirit of Justice. I feel like Phoenix is a lot cleaner in Spirit of Justice than he is in Dual Destinies. If you played the two, you probably did not really notice the difference between the two. But if you were playing the 3DS version, you would know a very big change between Phoenix between the two games for Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice. Because they changed his model because I was not very impressed with the shape of his eyes in Dual Destiny. No, I was talking about Phoenix Wright. Phoenix. So, it's already been a year at this point. Dear Mr. Wright, I can't believe it's already been a few months. Oh, few months since I decided to stay. I'm sorry I haven't been good about keeping in touch, but things have been really hectic. Rebuilding a legal system I'm not yet familiar with has been a real challenge. But I will say, it gives me plenty of work to keep me busy. Here we go. Have you not given the autopsy reports even a courtesy glance, Mr. Justice? It's just, I have 15 clients on my plate right now. So I probably shouldn't have accepted all 15 at the same time. Oh, please. Are you going to help me rebuild Karayan's legal system or not? If you are, we need to move through this case backlog faster. Yeah, I know, but besides, those 15 are only the beginning. There are 10 more awaiting your service. Huh? I too have friends and acquaintances seeking legal representation. And being that you are the only lawyer in the country, I told them to contact you. I estimated it will only add about 16 clients to your caseload. Huh? No, wait just 1 minute. I have been handling an advertisement for your new office. They read, from legal advice to investigating criminal affairs, even yak milking. For a limited time only, these services and more are free down at Justice Law offices. I have already received requests from 380 new clients. So we're already up to 58 of them. Now we're up to 438. I'm gonna have to say something, aren't I? I trust you did your cord to steel exercise this morning. We already know what's coming up, don't we? Well, go on. There's no need to hold back. Now that you mention it, we haven't yet to hear you shout today. Yes, and I have grown quite drowsy from these tedious proceedings. I could use a loud something to wake me up. Do not disappoint me, Hornhead. There's really only one thing to say at a time like this. It's a word I've said countless times in my career, but one I'll never get tired of. Oh, and they want me to press the button. So here we go.
Objection!
Okay. That's actually going to take us to the end of this. And like I said, we have this one here at the end that we will be doing next week. And it is quite an interesting episode. All right. I don't know why you're over here. Back over here. All right. So my time with Ace Attorney is almost finished after 6 years. It's a long road, isn't it, Di? You stayed up just to watch this? You really wanted to see the ending of this trial? If you want to play the Ace Attorney game, every single one of them are on the Switch. Every single one of them, even the Great Ace Attorney. You have the Phoenix Wright trilogy, you have the Apollo Justice trilogy, you have the Miles Edgeworth collection, you have the Great Ace Attorney collection. They're all there. They're very, very heavy story games. You have a wonderful night there, Allie. I appreciate you being free. All right. Guy's gonna miss this series when I get done, right? Andy's gonna be doing the Great Ace Attorney when I get done with Spirit of Justice. What's the outlook for this week's schedule? Andy's gonna continue off with Luigi's Mansion tomorrow. Wednesday is going to be the last of Dot Hack. We are going to grind, and we're going to do the course of Pain. Thursday, I'm going to start the Legends of Oasis. Guy, you're still working on the thumbnail? Because I couldn't find a lot of images to make a decent thumbnail. So, you're working on that one? Don't get it confused with Beyond Oasis, okay? Just don't get the images confused with Beyond Oasis. Ali wears blue and red, and he's a lighter tone than the character in the Legends of Oasis. Then on Friday, you and Kara are going to be working on The Sims. You guys made it to you guys are still working on that one chapter from last week, waiting to do the next chapter. All right. There will be no Discord stream tonight. When I get done with Ace Attorney, there probably won't be that long stream. It may have to shift some games around in my schedule as well. Fill in for Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney or up with another game. This is going to be it for me for tonight, guys. You all have a wonderful night. Take care. Bye.